morning. Welcome to Good Day LA at 8 o'clock on this Friday. I'm Sandra Endo.
I'm Roxy Garabedian. Bob and Jen are off today. We start with some breaking news. Evacuation orders have been reissued in Garden Grove following a big chemical leak yesterday.
Gigi Graciette live at the Evacuation Center in Stanton with the story. Gigi.
And this is the second time that people have been evacuated from their neighborhoods in Garden Grove and Stanton. Good morning, everyone. We are in Stanton at the Civic Center here on Catella and Cedar. This is one of two evacuation centers for folks who live in the immediate area. And let's go and show you exactly what's happened. Now, due to the changing conditions, evacuation orders were reissued this morning with the Orange County Fire Authority saying this is a precautionary measure while mitigation operations continue. Now, this all stems from yesterday's leak at GKN Aerospace. They build engine structures and other products for commercial and military aircraft. This is on Western Avenue in Garden Grove. It's right on the border of Garden Grove and Stanton. Now, authorities determined yesterday that a chemical called methyl metacrylate, MMA, was leaking. That's a plastic epoxy, we're told, used to create parts for the aerospace industry. The problem with MMA is the chemical is that it creates its own heat. So cooling measures were put into place. People in the area were evacuated, but last night they were allowed to return. This morning, though, firefighters found that there's an inoperable valve. Basically, it's broken on that 34,000-gallon tank. So the evacuation orders were reissued this morning, though they were much more urgent, with residents telling me they either received an alert on their phone, a knock on their door, a call, and also the police helicopter has been circling the neighborhoods using the chopper's loudspeakers to tell people to get out and to get out now. Now, the Orange County Fire Authority says the cooling operation yesterday was successful, but again this morning they found that a valve is not working, so it appears that the chemical continues to leak into the air. Folks we spoke to, and we want to send a shout out to the entire Lopez family of Stanton. They live right there on the border of Garden Grove and Stanton behind the facility, are obviously concerned about their health. They have a newborn baby. They took that baby to another house, and right now they're sitting in their cars because they don't know how long they're going to be out of their home. There is a lot of concern on the timeline here. Again, mandatory evacuation orders are in effect for parts of Garden Grove and Stanton, and the Civic Center here in Stanton is one of the two evacuation centers. We'll have much more coming up on Good Day LA. For now, I'm Gigi Graciette live.
Really dramatic video. All right, Gigi. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a busy morning, that's for sure. All right, let's get to Maria now. We got to talk about the Memorial Day forecast, of course, for those of you who will enjoy a long weekend.
Yeah, lucky, right? We've got some nice weather, definitely some changing weather from where we were earlier this week when it was quite windy and we had those fires, and we still have those fires, but this is great news for firefighters as we look at the onshore flow, the marine layer and that cloud cover bringing in more moisture into the atmosphere. So that is just good news for those efforts for firefighters. Taking good advantage of it. I'm going to wipe those fires out. 58 degrees currently in Woodland Hills, 54 in Santa Clarita, 60 in Ontario, 54 in Big Bear to that 77 in Palm Springs. The winds will get a little bit gustier as we get to the afternoon, as it usually does, but they will stay below advisory criteria. In fact, we have no weather alerts in place right now, so we're free and clear. But 98 degrees is what we're expecting for the low desert. So still pretty warm to hot the farther inland you go. 88 in the high desert areas, 71 in Big Bear with those breezes. It'll be a beautiful weekend up at the lake. Even at the coast, we will look for some mild conditions and some cloudier conditions, but we are expecting some sunshine in the afternoon, depending on where you are, of course. But downtown LA, 75 today. That is much cooler than it has been this week. 85 for the valleys and the Inland Empire. We'll talk more about the rest of the weekend. I'll show you those temperatures and the extended outlook in just a few moments. Back to you, Stu, up in Skyfox. That's oh, nice look at your face, Stu. Good morning and a happy Aloha Friday. Wait a minute, you even have a Hawaii shirt on, like a T-shirt under the Aloha shirt?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Wow, you get 100%.
Got my Hawaii shirt.
100% today.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the reason why I'm on camera, just to let you know, Maria, I'm doing the Aloha Friday. And also, you know, Brooke made a comment that I never get to talk to Brooke in the morning. Anyways, ladies, we're going to talk some traffic. If I find the right button here, there it is. We're talking about the 5 Drive. We're going to be in the Glendale area. Now, the 5 Drive, if this portion right here, looking pretty good. But if you're headed southbound, just be ready for it. Definitely not Friday light. Definitely not even pre-holiday light. Once you pass that 110 freeway, you get into the Highland Park area. It is a tough drive. Did I say Highland Park? It is Lincoln Park. You get a tough drive indeed. If you're headed southbound. Now, if you're headed northbound, it's kind of the opposite. Very slow and go as you're making your way through that Lincoln Heights area, Stu, and you make your way up north. If 5 is you get into Burbank, it looks like a fantastic drive indeed. Definitely holiday plans. Make sure you check it before you hit the road. Sending it back to you all in the studio. Good morning.
All right, Stu, thank you. And millions of people are heading out to start their Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, one of the busiest airports in the country is Ontario International, and that is where Mario has been throughout the morning. I see you found someone to talk to.
Yeah, exactly. It's been very busy here throughout the morning. Rudy and Linda from Chino Hills, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you all got here very early. You're waiting for your flight. You did the right thing.
Right, we sure did, but we were blessed because from 4 a.m. to 6:30 it was packed. We went upstairs and there was no line. I said, what's going on? They said, you just missed everybody. So we just breezed through. We love Ontario Airport. We're going to Twin Falls to see our family and our granddaughter's birthday party here on Memorial Weekend.
Love it, and you guys have your coffee. Any tips before we go for anybody traveling?
Early.
Go travel. That's all I can say.
And pack your patience, right? Which is what we always say. Thank you guys so much. So, yeah, lots of new restaurants are always rolling out here at Ontario International. This is one of the most fastest growing airports and most popular. I want to bring in Joy Twang. She is the Director of Marketing here with Ontario International. So talk about some of the amenities, because there are a lot as we're walking through the terminal.
Yeah, so today we're standing in the original Brewery X location here in Terminal 2. So earlier this year, I say original because earlier this year they opened their second location in Terminal 4. So now Brewery X is available for all of our passengers regardless which terminal you're in. And speaking of second locations, another exciting update is Chick-fil-A, which currently operates out of Terminal 4, is opening a second location as well. Over the next 2 weeks, you're going to have the new location open here in Terminal 2. So additional option here for travelers. And also for our frequent lounge travelers, we also have a new update for you. Our Aspire Lounges, which is available in both terminals, now offer to-go boxes. So for those who like cutting it a little close, getting here a little closer to boarding time, now have the option to stop by Aspire Lounge, grab a to-go box, grab their complimentary food, and take it on the go. And amenities here at ONT really doesn't just stop at food and beverage. We also have recently launched cabin work booths, essentially private pods, a time for you to decompress before a long flight and really get some private time in to catch up on some work. So ONT, our amenities here really do have it for every type of traveler. We've got something.
Awesome. We were just showing some of the numbers, record numbers. AAA is predicting 45 million Americans will travel, almost 4 million will take flight. So you've got some treats here for us. Tell us what we're looking at.
Yes, so our friends at Brewery X today have prepared some of the spread that they have available. We've got a margarita pizza. They have a wide array of pizzas available, primarily what they're known for, but they've also got some delicious burgers. They've got a spread of some tacos. A little in the corner, we've got some elote, and then also what they recently expanded their breakfast menu. So we've got breakfast burritos here as well. And of course, since this is a brewery, we also have our beer here available today as well.
All right, so I've got to try something. So let me ask the anchors back there, what would you all like me to try, or what would you like to try living through me here?
Oh.
Go ahead.
You got to down that pint. Are you kidding? 8 o'clock. Let's go. It's Friday before the Memorial Day holiday.
So this is the one? Okay, Sandra wants me to try this one. All right, cheers, Joy. All right, Sandra, you told me to do it.
Don't blame me if you get in trouble.
She said down it.
Wow, Mario, I'm not taking responsibility.
He's thirsty.
Doing it.
Sandra made me do it.
Well,
She told me it was okay.
To be fair, what time did you wake up this morning?
2 a.m.
Okay, so it's like
your 5 o'clock.
Exactly.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
It's exactly
In that case, let me have some more.
Yep, you got to down it. That's the way to go.
Go
Cheers.
enjoy. Go enjoy. All right. Oh my gosh.
I love it.
You took it seriously.
You,
okay,
While you do that, I'm going to tell people about gas prices and also don't drink and drive, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, so if you're planning to drive to your destination, here are some of the prices. LA County, the average for a gallon of regular is $6.18. This time a year ago, it was $4.81. Quite a difference. In Orange County, average is $6.14. San Bernardino is $6.08. And drivers in Riverside, you are paying $6.04.
All right, Stu, how's it looking out there? Speaking of drivers on the road.
Hey, good morning, Sandy and Roxy. You know what? We had some traffic troubles, and we're going to tell you about them right now. Skybox traffic brought to us by My Home Sold 101 Freeway. Where are we? Where are we? Studio City. And it's going to be the northbound lanes just past Laurel Canyon. Now, actually, just before we went live, they just opened up a couple of lanes out here. They were squeezing it down to one lane and creating a huge backup out there. You saw the crash, 2 vehicles involved, but they actually have them over to the side. Hopefully, they'll have this opened up shortly, but take a look at that. It is super slow and go on that northbound 101 as you come away from the 134-170 split. Lanes are reopening, so that means that ride is going to get back to normal. What's normal today? Actually, as you pass that crash, you make your way out to the 405 and beyond. I would call it Friday light indeed. Let's take a look at some traffic hotspots.
Hi, I'm Adrian with My Home Sold, and we want to buy your house. We buy any house in any condition. No commissions, no closing costs, and no repairs. Go to myhomesold.com for a free same-day cash offer. That's myhomesold.com.
Okay, if you're staying in town this Memorial Day weekend, you may want to take a trip to Riverside. Riverside, the West Coast Thunder Memorial Day motorcycle ride happening on Monday. Thousands of motorcyclists, they will gather and honor fallen service members with proceeds, of course, benefiting the Riverside National Cemetery Support Committee. And it kicks off, as I mentioned, Monday in the morning. For information, all the details, go to westcoastthunder.com. Look at that shot.
Yeah.
That is an amazing turnout. Oh my goodness.
How fun.
Yeah,
What a
very
great
cool
event.
and very loud.
That's for sure. And in time for summer, Southern California's largest floating playground returns to Castaic. The Cali Splash Park kicks off its season at Castaic Lake tomorrow, and this massive obstacle course features 45 attractions, including towering water slides, climbing walls, and bounce pads. The park runs through early September. 2-hour sessions or full-day passes are available there.
And the Garden Grove Strawberry Festival starts today, excuse me, so you can enjoy it all day tomorrow. The annual celebration takes place each year for Memorial Day weekend. The event honors the OC's rich agricultural history and will feature live music. You got carnival rides and, of course, obviously, the star of the show, plenty of strawberries. It's going to be fun. The festival is held at the Village Green between Euclid and Main Street in downtown Garden Grove. That's one of my favorite rides to do.
The swing?
Yeah, I love it. It's like, I don't know.
I get dizzy, but
You
that's
do?
a good one. Yeah, you know, I get seasick, I get dizzy, it's just, it's an inner ear thing. But that looks fun, and everyone's gonna have a great time this weekend. We usually, as you know, kick off the summer season with the Memorial Day holiday weekend. So everything's open again. The lakes are open with all those fun obstacle courses. So if you're headed up to Castaic or even all the way up to Big Bear, Lake Gregory, all those lakes now are gonna be officially open. And it will be slightly cooler as we look ahead to the next several days. We have the onshore flow that's back, so it's bringing back the May gray weather pattern. Temperatures will warm up to near average or maybe even slightly below as we head into next week. We're going to continue this pattern with this trough of low pressure, another system moving in next week. By Tuesday, we could be looking at even cooler temperatures, only in the 60s for the high temperatures as we get to the middle of next week. Until then, though, the good news is that we are increasing our humidity. So you can see how it does decrease typically in the afternoon, but even this is really good compared to where we were earlier this week when we were talking about only in the teens for those relative humidity values. It'll come back up again as we get into tonight and tomorrow night as we continue the onshore flow. Highs today down a couple of degrees depending on where you are. 69, that's it for Inglewood. Indio down from triple digits to 99, 95 in Las Vegas if you're headed there. Thousand Oaks, we've got the clouds definitely out there this morning. It will clear out to mostly sunny skies this afternoon at around 72, 73 between 2 and 3 p.m. Big Bear, look at that. Lots of sunshine, too, with those highs in the upper 60s. All right, so we are going to come back after this quick break. But in the meantime, let's peek in on Mario. He's at Ontario International Airport. Let's see what's going on. Mario! You are starting your Memorial binge eating early. That looks good. I want to go to Ontario International. You look good. That looks good.
She's a minister, progressive housing advocate, and community organizer, and she's aiming to be the next mayor of Los Angeles. Marla Tejas spoke with Reverend Ray Wong about her vision for LA.
Let's start with the issue of policing and crime. You have made it clear that if you are mayor, you want to shift money away from LAPD. You'd like to fire current police chief Jim McDonnell. So if that happens, what does that mean for policing, and how do you go about reducing crime?
Yeah, so here's the thing. When we talk about public safety, when we talk about crime, what we want to happen is to have less crime in our communities. The police often will come after the crime has already occurred. When you call a police officer, the police will come and you might say, I feel uncomfortable, you know, this person is acting erratically, I'm nervous about what might happen. And then the police will say, well, I can't do anything until something occurs, until there is evidence that this person has committed a crime or hurt or violated somebody in a particular way. What we want to do is prevent the crime from occurring in the first place. Crime occurs when people are often in survival mode. They feel trapped, they feel scared, they need to act. And so what we want to do is create stability so that way people don't get towards their survival mode. That means housing stability. That means food security. That means being able to care for your family and make sure that your family feels safe. Mental health, job security, a meaningful life. These are all ways and things that people are asking for. Now, I've been a part of the Los Angeles People's Budget Coalition for 6 years now. In fact, I was part of the team that gave the presentation of the survey results to City Hall for the first time during 2020, shortly after George Floyd was murdered. And what we found there, and what's been the case every single year since, is that when we put out a poll, tens of thousands of Angelenos fill it out. They say at the top of the priority, what do we want to budget? What do we want to pay for using our city money? They always say housing. They say food. At the very bottom, they say policing, because people don't actually feel safe by the police. So if we can keep crime from beginning in the first place, that is when people feel safe.
So then, am I hearing that you still want police officers, but you want more of an unarmed response and to beef that unit up?
Absolutely. We have to beef up our unarmed crisis response because we know that it works. We know that when people are in crisis, they want to be met with a crisis responder that can meet their particular needs. If it's a mental health crisis, to be met with a mental health worker. If it's a physical health crisis, to be met with a doctor or a nurse or an EMT.
Adjacent to crime is the issue of homelessness. 4118 has gotten grabbed a lot of headlines of late. This is the ordinance, for those who don't know, that actually bans living essentially on public sidewalks, and whether it's close to within 500 feet of a school, a public park, church, etc. You're against this ordinance. What does that mean? Does that mean that you're okay if homeless encampments are on sidewalks near schools?
What I'm saying is 4118 does not work. If you remove everybody's belongings and they no longer have the resources they need, they lose their ID, you destabilize them. When you move them from one side of the sidewalk to another, people still need to have some place to stay. They're just going to find another location site. It's not effective. Not only that, it's not productive because we're not actually providing them with a home. And so if it's ineffective, it's also expensive, by the way, and it's inhumane. What is the alternative? The alternative is that we actually get those individuals housed.
All right, you can catch the extended interview and interviews for the candidates for races up and down your ballot on Fox Local app or on your phone, tablet, or connected TV. Be sure you check that out. It's a great resource. And with that, we'll be right back.
holiday feeling.
The
right?
loopiness?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that Friday feel.
Friday feels.
Yeah, I love
Friday
it.
coefficient. We do have some good news. I'm sure you guys noticed, right? The sea breeze coming in.
The May gray.
The May gray.
I mean, good news for some.
Right. I know. You like
Bad news for
you like the
others.
sunshine.
Yes.
I do. I got to work on my
unofficial start of summer.
tan.
Come on.
It is. It is indeed. We do like to celebrate the start of summer officially, though, on June 21st. But, you know, Memorial Day holiday weekend is typically when the lake's open, actually, usually. Boats are allowed to get back on the lake up in Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, Lake Castaic opening up with the all that obstacle course. How fun. We've got 3 days to get ready for Memorial Day, so hopefully you've got your menu planned. Father's Day and the start of summer officially is in 30 days. That's June 21st for us in the Northern Hemisphere. That's when summer season officially begins. But yeah, the May gray is back, so the big cool down is here for sure. Partly sunny skies this afternoon. A pleasant Memorial Day weekend ahead with temperatures continuing to cool into the 70s and 80s the farther inland you go. But, you know, I've been looking at the computer models to see if there's any storms headed our way. I'm just not seeing it through next week, and even through the end of the month, I'm really not seeing anything too organized headed our way. So I'll keep you posted. I'll keep watching to see if there's any changes. But in the meantime, we have had no rain at all for the month of May. Yesterday, we did cool down, though, to 80 degrees, and today we're going to continue that cool down. Air quality is improving. A lot of yellow on the map here, so good to moderate air quality is continuing, and that's really our benchmark for you to, if you have plans outdoors, you should be okay. 75 degrees is what we're expecting today, and the sun will set at 7:53. All right, let's head over to Samada and get a traffic update before you walk out the door. Samada, what's going on?
Oh, yes. Good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. A happy Friday. Overall, it's traffic light, but we do have this earlier collision that's wrapping up, hopefully sooner than later. Northbound side of the 101 at Laurel Canyon Boulevard, multiple vehicles collided here. At one point, it's blocking at least the fast track or fast lane, and now we're seeing things improve, but still a tough drive through the area. We're looking at speeds right now, 14 miles per hour as you make your way through the Studio City area. Just a half an hour, and now 29 minutes leaving downtown to get to Santa Monica. Northbound 110 from the 405. Just go ahead and allow yourself 21 minutes. And a snapshot of the 91 at Van Buren. Looks like it's on the lighter side. Back to you, ladies.
All right, Samada, thank you. So get ready for the roar of the jets and display of U.S. military might. It's all part of LA's Fleet Week in San Pedro.
That's right. Kicks off today. Coco there now. Let's see. Where are you? What are you inside of?
Hey there, we are on the bridge on the USS Essex. This is normally based in San Diego, but this ship is now here for LA Fleet Week. And LA Fleet Week, of course, honors the U.S. Navy, Marines, Coast Guard. And I am here now with Lieutenant Reagan Bracknell from the Navy. And thank you so much for your service.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. It's an honor to be here.
Yes, honor to be here with you. And this is a very important part of the ship, right?
Yeah, I'll say, I think the bridge is kind of like the heart and soul of the ship when we're navigating. This is where our officer of the deck is. This is where our navigation team is. So when we're transiting, whether it's in San Diego or whether it was coming from San Diego to LA, this is where the magic happens. So it's a pretty cool spot.
It is a cool spot. And this, for example, this is where the captain sits?
Yeah, that's where the captain sits. So he'll be sitting here kind of making sure that everybody is transiting safely. He has access to pretty much all the equipment that he needs to. He has some radios. He's able to view some of the radars. So really just make sure that the captain has a full picture of everything that's going on the ship at the time.
Amazing. This ship is massive. It's so impressive. And this is something that people can tour for LA Fleet Week.
Yeah, it sure is. Actually, as soon as we finish this interview, I'm about to go start a few tours. So gotta come by.
And tell us about what makes LA Fleet Week so special.
Yeah, so I really had no idea what Fleet Week was all about till we got here. This is my first Fleet Week. I think what's awesome about it is it's a chance for people to engage with a side of the community that they've never really seen before. I think the military specifically, I sometimes am numb to how cool it is, the things that we do every day. But this is an opportunity for us to show the community what we're all about. And then it's also a really great opportunity to give sailors the chance to do some cool things that they'd never be able to do before. For example, like we're going to the Angels game on Saturday and doing the flag. One of our sailors is throwing out the first pitch. So truly just a once-in-a-lifetime experience for everybody on the ship.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Bracknell, for talking to us, taking us around the ship, seeing the bridge. This is just incredible, and it's an opportunity to really learn a lot about the military and, of course, honor our sailors and Marines and the U.S. Coast Guard, of course, as well. And, you know, what's really cool about LA Fleet Week is it's not just the Port of LA. There are activations all throughout LA, even at Disneyland as well, so you can really experience this, and it's a 4-day event. Today it kicks off. It runs, of course, on Memorial Day as well, so something for you to come and enjoy with your whole family, and it is free. I'll send it back to you.
That's the magic word, free. But how cool is that to get a behind-the-scenes look at what our military members go through and what they're in, like the ships and the planes, you know, all of that you don't normally get an up-close look at. So that's very cool.
Take advantage of that for sure. Thank you so much, Coco.
Yes.
All right, Amanda's off today, but we got you covered with your entertainment headlines, sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino. In 2019, an original Star Wars series called The Mandalorian premiered on Disney Plus and became an instant hit with fans. And now, 7 years later, it's on the big screen in The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Well, Amanda sat down with the man behind the mask, Pedro Pascal.
Mandalorian, Amanda Lorian.
Mandalorian.
Yes.
What are you waiting for? Hang on.
The beloved bounty hunter of Grogu's galaxy is back. And this time, they're on the big screen, bringing the heat and the cute. The people are so jealous of your relationship.
To Grogu?
Yes, but like...
He belongs to the world.
He belongs to the world, but how was he on set? Tell us everything.
He's... as you know, as professional as can be.
I love it. We don't like a diva.
The easiest. I like loads of divas.
Was Grogu a little bit of a diva?
No, Grogu is not a diva. He is an utter professional and incredibly generous scene partner.
You good? Protect him at all costs, which
Yes.
you do so well. I call him Groguito.
Groguito.
Yes. So I asked John and Dave, I said, in your own partnership, who's the Mandalorian and who's the Grogu?
That is such a great question.
We have the Mandalorian and Grogu, but we also have this dynamic partnership
Yes.
behind the scenes. Who is the Mandalorian in the partnership? Who's the Grogu?
He's the Mandalorian.
Is that right? I appreciate that, John. It's very nice of you.
You little cutie patootie.
Maybe I don't
He's
see
the
it that
armorer also. He's everything. He's a lot of different
Stop
types. But he's Dave has been my Sherpa.
He has the Force, that's for sure. So he's both. 100%.
Yeah. I want to talk about the Pedro Pascalifornia connection.
We got to Orange County and I was like 11, turning 12.
Yeah. What
I went to Newport Beach Elementary. I did 2 years at Corona Del Mar High School, and then I got into the performing arts program.
I know.
Called, at the time it was called Orange County High School of the Arts. And it was like on and off campus of Los Alamitos High School, and I loved it.
Yeah.
I had a great time. Got my driver's license, never saw me again.
Yeah, that's right. Cruising up PCH. What is something you learned from your Orange County Performing Arts High School that you still carry with you today on set?
Everything. I mean, I think what I learned or what I experienced was the joy of it, the joy of your peers and the joy of performing and being on stage and the community part of it. And that more than anything, that's what it can feel like. You know, these are very immediate families that form themselves on sets, on stage experiences, television shows. It's a human community experience.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, high school performing arts experience it saved me.
Oh, you're making me tear up. I know it was. It was a great place.
What else could it do, you know? I mean, it really is a profoundly important development of my life that I couldn't live without. That's why I'm here.
I love that. Me too.
There you go.
That was perfect for
Have you
Amanda.
introduced your kids to Star Wars yet?
Yeah, they like it. They're not obsessed. You know, some people just really latch on and just become, you know, part of that cult following, but they like it.
I haven't done it yet, but I think my kids would like it.
Princess Leia.
Oh,
Gotta go back. Gotta go to the OG first. And
Of
then
course,
start.
you got to start with the OG. All right, as you get ready for Memorial Day weekend, we wanted to ask you this: which holiday is overhyped?
Yay,
do you
my
think?
people.
Okay.
Strong.
Valentine's Day, you say. All right. Followed by a tie between Halloween and Christmas. What?
How is Christmas overhyped?
Well, I think what people are probably
Just the
thinking is,
commercialization
yes,
of it
exactly.
all.
The meaning of
Okay,
Christmas
fine,
isn't really.
All right.
Yeah. They're going deep.
Okay, I see. I like that.
Yeah.
Our deep viewers have some comments too. We like these comments. Let's take a look at what viewers have sent in. Of course, we encourage you to send us your comments. So Stacy in Los Angeles says Valentine's Day is so overrated. Yes, I'm with you, Stacy. Let's be real. There shouldn't be just one day a year that your love is treated like gold. It should be 365, 24/7. Okay,
I mean, you could say that
wow.
about Mother's Day, Father's Day.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, Mother's Day especially. Just saying.
Okay. Memorial Day, the unofficial start of summer. And what a better way to kick things off than with a barbecue.
Yep, we are live at the tastiest event happening in the LBC, talking to the organizer of Long Beach Barbecue Festival and the team from Avalon Smokehouse, Ian and Santiago. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having us. Good morning, everybody. Super excited to be on. We're going to be having the Long Beach Barbecue Festival Saturday and Sunday. It's California's largest barbecue festival. And Santiago with Avalon Smokehouse is one of our 34 vendors that's going to be there.
Ooh, nice. What makes this event different from every other food festival that we see?
Absolutely. So this is California's largest barbecue festival where we're having some of the best pit masters in the country. And also, we will be cooking a whole live steer cook, a live fire steer cook there at the festival Saturday. 6 whole hogs on Sunday, and plenty of barbecue, whiskey tasting, live music, VIP area. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fun.
I've never seen a whole steer barbecue.
All
right, Santiago, though, you brought some heavy hitters this morning right there. What should first-timers try?
Yeah, so we do have a barbecue sampler plate we'll be having this weekend. We use Brant prime beef. We've got our spare ribs, pulled pork. We hit it with our different sauces. Something in Catalina that we're known for is our catering. We do smoked grazing boards where we bring in those elements but still bring elevated barbecue up a little bit. This weekend you'll also be able to try our loaded esquite bowl. You'll be able to pick your protein and we'll load it up for you. We'll also be doing some tri-tip Santa Maria style, which you'll be able to go ahead and try as a taco as well. One last thing we're also known for in Catalina is we actually do a mobile pop-up out there. We've got our little cart. We load it up with barbecue. We also are known for our breakfast burritos. This is kind of one of my first ventures coming off the island. I've teamed up with Titus Smokers, and we're going all through Southern California doing live fire cooks. You'll see us this weekend with the steers and the whole hogs.
Nice. Okay. All right. What's your advice here? What makes a great pit master? It's a super competitive industry, this barbecue world.
You know, for me, it's where I found my peace. I think a lot of great pit masters, that's where they find, you know, the time to really find that peace, talk with God, and be able to create something unique and be able to share with everybody.
Absolutely.
Well, we certainly love tasting all that good barbecue.
Looks beautiful, all of it. Thank you so much. We'll chat with you guys soon.
Thank you.
Again, happening this weekend. Check it out in Long Beach. And if you can't make it to Long Beach, no worries. There are plenty of other fun options for you and your family to enjoy. For the holiday weekend, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art once again welcoming music lovers back to its popular Jazz at LACMA series. Tonight, Brian Schwartz, Quintet will take the stage. And if you're in the South Bay this weekend, head over to the Fiesta Hermosa is happening. That's right. Oh my gosh, that is packed. A 3-day festival featuring a marketplace with over 250 vendors. You got a wine garden, you got a food fair, and a carnival. And We Hope Pride Arts Festival also happens this weekend. It will feature 2 packed days of theater, poetry, film, performance, and workshops. And then don't forget about the Santa Anita Park, which will host the, smorgasbord. I can't even do Say it again.
Smorgasbord.
Thank you. I'm going to trip over that. Barbecue Invitational and Festival, 3-day event featuring some of the best and upcoming barbecue vendors here in Southern California. I mean, there's a long list of things
so much
all over
to
town
do this weekend. Yeah, so stay right here. But if you are traveling out of town this weekend, take a look at LAX. Here's a live look at the traffic right now. Doesn't look too bad, but we know Mario's at Ontario International Airport too, where crowds have been going in and out of those TSA lines since 4 a.m. So if you're going somewhere, be safe, get to the airport early. And if you want to get through security faster, listen up. The TSA is extending a security screening program being used at San Francisco International Airport to other airports around the country. It's rolling out what it calls the TSA Gold Plus. It's a public-private partnership that's meant to help travelers breeze through airport security, especially during government shutdowns. It allows private contractors to use their own transportation security officers and their own technology to screen passengers, ultimately separating its resources from that of the TSA. This is not like TSA PreCheck, so no traveler sign-up is required. Airports just need to opt into the partnership. Currently, 20 airports use private contractors for TSA screening, but SFO is the only major airport that has adopted this program. The private contract kept the airport safe from staffing shortages and flight delays during the recent government shutdowns.
All right, let's head over to Samara, check on the roads. A lot of people may be hitting the road right about now.
Yes, and we've got some good news, at least at this early hour. If you are planning on traveling right now, I call it Friday Light. Good Day LA Traffic, sponsored by law offices of Jacob and Ronnie. Call jacob.com. And your ride through the downtown LA area, not bad. This is welcoming news. Under a half an hour driving from downtown to get to Santa Monica. Northbound 110 from 405, just 21 minutes. And again, another round of half an hour drive along the West 60 from 57 coming inbound from the Diamond Bar area. And a snapshot of the 110 at the 10. Looking good. Light volume out there. Here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
So I do hot yoga every day. After the accident, my lower back was so stiff I couldn't move, and I called Jacob. They treated me like a king. I did not have to deal with anything. If you're in an accident, call Jacob. Call Jacob.
And this weather is sponsored by the law offices of Larry H. Parker. We're looking at some clouds outside. The May gray is back in that onshore flow. This is such great news for lowering fire danger, helping firefighters really extinguish the rest of those fires. Here is what we are looking at from space, a trough of lower pressure, basically a dip in the jet stream. We've got this cooler air mass now moving overhead. No storms, unfortunately, no organized storms headed our way, but at least we get the marine layer, and that will be around with us in this weather pattern through the upcoming weekend. We'll get some breezes over the mountains and deserts, but they should stay well below advisory criteria. Air quality a lot better. We have dropped that air quality alert. We have moderate, mostly to good air quality outside. So that's our benchmark to make plans outdoors. That should be okay. And as we look ahead to whether we're going to get any rain at all beyond the 7-day forecast, it does not look like it. It looks like it's going to stay dry here through at least the next week or so. If you're headed to the beach today, we have some sunshine expected later today in the afternoon, 66 to 70 on the sand. Surf heights 2 to 4 feet from Ventura County south into Orange County and San Diego. Here's our 7-day forecast. We're going to go from 70 thereabouts along the coast today to around 69 on Monday with some clouds lingering through the afternoon. 75 for downtown LA, down to around 70 on Monday. Valleys, Inland Empire still pretty warm today with those mid-80s. We'll get down to the 70s though as we get to Sunday, and next week even cooler as we get into next Tuesday. 71 up into Big Bear. Beautiful conditions at the lake if you're spending the weekend there. And of course warmer in the deserts. 88 in the high desert areas, and out towards the Coachella Valley, of course warmer than that. In the upper 90s today, and we're going to hang on to that heat, it looks like, in Palm Springs all the way into Monday, Memorial Day holiday. I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you. Are you ready to cast your ballot? A reminder that vote centers open tomorrow for the June primary. Centers in Riverside, LA, and Orange counties will be open every single day until June 2nd. For a list of Los Angeles County vote centers, check out your voter guide on the Fox local app.
New this morning, it appears former Congressman Eric Swalwell used more than $300,000 in campaign funds to defend himself against sexual assault allegations. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, campaign finance disclosure forms show he used those funds to pay a lawyer to defend him against the allegations. Swalwell suspended his campaign for governor last month after the Chronicle reported allegations that he sexually assaulted a former staffer. While Swalwell maintains his innocence, political opponents say the move is inappropriate use of donor money.
In the meantime, Meta agreed to settle a lawsuit in Kentucky that claimed the company's social networks are designed to be addictive and to hurt children. The trial was scheduled to begin in less than 3 weeks. A federal court in Oakland. Meta did not share the settlement terms, though. It does say that it has resolved and they will continue to build protections for younger users. About 1,200 other districts in the U.S. have sued Meta, TikTok, Snap, and YouTube for allegedly fueling a mental health crisis among children.
Governor Gavin Newsom's office is urging Memorial Day holiday travelers to completely avoid Chevron gas stations this weekend. The governor accusing the energy giant of blatant price gouging, claiming Chevron is charging up to 80 cents more per gallon than unbranded gas stations. Chevron blames California's climate policies and the state's record-high 70-cent gas tax. California's average gas price sits at $6.13 a gallon.
After reaching a landmark licensing agreement, one of the largest digital streaming services encouraging customers to use AI, Spotify, announcing it has signed a deal with Universal Music Group to allow users to create covers and to remix some of the songs using artificial intelligence. Musicians will receive a portion of the revenue from AI-generated works that use their music. The tool will only be available as a paid add-on for Spotify Premium subscribers. At this time, we don't know how much that extra cost will be. All right, time for some good news. You know, when pomp and circumstance plays on the speakers, it means we are, of course, celebrating graduation.
That's right. It's graduation season, and with commencement underway all across our area and across the country, among the new graduates are two who have a very special bond. Mother and son, Michelle and Brandon Raddick, are both celebrating their graduation from San Francisco State University. Michelle decided to enroll 4 years ago after seeing how difficult online learning was for her son, Brandon. They both majored in psychology and even shared a few of the same classes.
It is kind of awkward for some people, but for me, like, it was, kind of useful because you get to have somebody that has your back. We had each other's back.
This is something that I wanted to do, to understand and help support my son. But at the same time, it kind of reminded me that this is something that I've always wanted to do and, do for myself.
Oh, Michelle says she plans to use her degree to become a clinical psychologist. And the celebrations aren't done just yet. The family's now preparing for their daughter's high school graduation next week.
So when I graduated from college, from Syracuse University, a couple days later, I flew back. My mom came to mine, and then I flew back for hers from Chapman because she went to law school.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that is very special.
And when I would visit and I would go to some of her classes, the kid, I call them kids because they were kids to her, they didn't believe that she had a daughter my age. So I remember walking in that first day and they were blown away. They just thought she was like part of the mix.
She's so young and hip too.
Well, especially back then. But there I was. Yeah, it was pretty cool. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Also, 9 o'clock on this Friday morning. Nice to have you with us. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for being here. Let's go to Maria with our big weekend forecast.
I know, this is when we kick off summer unofficially, and we do have some of that marine layer that's back, which is great news. We love it. It is pushing that cloud cover, that onshore flow, all the way into the Inland Empire this morning, and you can tell by the arrows where that air is flowing from the ocean toward the land, which is what we like. That does help to lower fire danger, adding more moisture into the atmosphere and increasing our relative humidity values. Temperatures will also cool as a result. Right now it is 54 in Santa Clarita, 62 in Ontario, 62 in Big Bear, to that 83 in Palm Springs. High temperatures in Palm Springs today will be in the upper 90s, so we'll be hot the farther inland you go, but not as hot as it was. 88 for the high desert to that 71 up into Big Bear at the lake. Downtown LA 75. That's down from yesterday's 80 degrees. We'll get to near 70 along the coast with some partly cloudy to partly sunny skies, and then the valleys and the Inland Empire mid 80s today, a little bit warmer. I'll show you the rest of the weekend forecast coming up in just a few moments. Back to you.
Thank you, Maria. So following that breaking news we've been on top of in Orange County, evacuation orders have been reissued in Garden Grove following a massive chemical leak yesterday.
Gigi Gracia live at the evacuation center in Stanton with the story. Gigi.
That's right. There are actually two evacuation centers because the plant that's being affected is on the border of Garden Grove and Stanton. And this morning we're here in Stanton at the Civic Center on Catella and Cedar. Again, this is one of two evacuation centers. At an earlier check, there were about a dozen or so people inside. We've seen a couple more people arriving. We've also seen people arriving with their pets. The councilman from Stanton, one of their councilmen, telling me that about 10,000 people in Stanton alone are affected. Now, take a look. Evacuation orders were issued yesterday, then rescinded, then issued again this morning. And the Orange County Fire Authority says it's due to changing conditions that the evacuation orders were reissued. You are looking at the plant where that leak is. OC Fire Authority saying this is a precautionary measure while these mitigation efforts continue. And this all stems from yesterday's leak at GKN Aerospace. They build engine structures, landing gear, and other products for commercial and military aircraft. They're on the 12,000 block of Western in Garden Grove, again on the border of Garden Grove and Stanton. Authorities there determining that a chemical called methyl methacrylate was leaking. MMA, as it's known, it's a key ingredient in structural adhesives that's used in the transportation and construction industry. The problem with MMA, say firefighters, is that it creates its own heat. Now, cooling efforts were undertaken yesterday, but this morning, firefighters found an inoperable valve on that big tank, and the other evacuation order was issued. Now, take a look at the area that the evacuation order covers. We're talking about north of Garden Grove Boulevard, south of Orangewood Avenue, east of Knott Avenue, and west of Dale Street. Again, this one affecting thousands of people in both Garden Grove and Stanton, like the Lopez family who we met here at the evacuation center this morning.
Well, we didn't get a knock on the door. We got an alert stating that there was another evacuation continuing from yesterday's. And there was a number to call, so we called that number for the police department that has more information.
We just got an alert on the manager where we live at. I had to let everybody know on text and all that, let everybody know that a mandatory evacuation is in order again. So please be prepared. And lock everybody's doors. We got an alert and everybody's left now. And now we're trying to scramble where to go. And they're not really organized, letting know what's going on really.
Was it chaotic? Was it organized?
A little bit chaotic. Yeah, everyone had to leave like really fast.
Everyone had to get out fast. Now, we mentioned there are two evacuation centers open this morning. We're at the one here in Stanton. There is another one at Garden Grove Sports and Recreation Center. That's on Deodora Drive in Garden Grove. Again, the Garden Grove Sports and Rec Center. And bringing it back here live, this one is in Stanton on Catella and Cedar at the Community Center. The big question everyone wants to know is how long is this going to last? And right now, now. Officials say they don't even know. Reporting live in Stanton, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. Also, this developing news that we're following, actually, you were at the scene earlier this morning. Hazmat teams are cleaning up an oil leak in East Los Angeles. The LA County Fire Department saying a construction crew actually drilling a hole into the ground hit a 16-inch pipe, which was transporting crude oil from Kern County down to the port of LA. Now, this happened at 3:30 in the morning near East Cesar Chavez and Eastern Avenues. Firefighters managed to shut off the flow. The cleanup means the intersection will be closed for several hours.
There's new video of Britney Spears' March DUI arrest. Newly unsealed dash cam footage obtained by TMZ reveals wild details from the traffic stop.
Driver is out of the vehicle. We're code 4 on it.
Mrs. Spears' March 4th arrest in Ventura County. You see her there in the long dress. California Highway Patrol records obtained by the New York Times reveal she was swerving on the 101 freeway. Officers found unprescribed Adderall and an empty wine glass in her car. Spears admitted taking prescribed medications for epilepsy and mood swings. The officers noted slurred speech and say Spears even used a fake British accent. She took a plea deal on a lesser charge after treatment. She's serving 12 months of unsupervised probation.
New this morning, at least 20 detainees at the Desert View Annex in Adelanto are on a hunger strike. They're protesting what they say is poor medical care, unsafe conditions, and food shortages in the immigrant detention center. Rights groups say detainees face retaliation for speaking out, while authorities deny the strike. The protest comes after a state report revealed worsening conditions in California detention facilities, including recent detainee deaths. Advocates are calling for urgent reforms ahead of a July court hearing. Congress set to miss a deadline imposed by President Trump to fund ICE and Border Patrol.
A scheduled vote on the $70 billion funding bill has been postponed until after the Senate returns from a 10-day Memorial holiday recess. The legislation faces opposition from a growing number of Republicans over $1 billion in security funding for the new White House ballroom. This as a growing number of Republican senators expressed concern over the Trump presidency $1.8 billion settlement fund, which could potentially be paid out to the January 6th Capitol rioters. Lawmakers will now revisit the gridlock bill when they return, and that is on the week of June 1st.
Millions of people getting ready, of course, to head out for Memorial Day holiday.
One of the busiest airports in the country right now is Ontario International Airport, and that's where Mario Ramirez is checking it out. You had a good meal, huh, Mario?
Yeah, you know, we had some pizza at Brewery X. We got to try some of the new food items. So we are at Ontario International Airport. Bring that acceptable form of ID, like a passport or real ID. And I'm surprised by how many people actually didn't realize it was going to be a busy holiday weekend. And that includes Jesse, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm Jesse. I'm from Denver. Going back home, never even knew it was a holiday. I forgot it was a holiday.
And what do you think? This is supposed to be one of the busiest travel days. These lines aren't too bad right now.
No, they're not too bad right now. I'm moving pretty good. So it's like I'm just getting in and out of here. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, how early did you get here?
About 15 minutes ago.
All right, so you're really pushing it. You're testing your luck here.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay,
we'll let you keep on going with the line. So, yeah, we can tell you that this airport is actually, it's been pretty busy all morning. I'm going to have Howard Wells back up here because we're in the TSA pre-check line here.
Thank you.
Yeah, go on. So Ontario, the second most popular mid-sized airport in the country. And I want to break down some of the numbers for you. AAA is projecting a record 45 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles this weekend. 39 million estimated to drive, nearly 4 million projected to fly. Gas prices are the highest they've been since summer 2022. And if you're hitting the road, the worst congestion is expected today from 3 to 6 p.m. We should add that AAA says the best time to leave, late at night or early morning. So back out here live, even with higher gas prices and economic pressure, it seems like people are prioritizing that weekend getaway. Today and Monday are expected to be the busiest days at airports across the country, and that's no exception here at Ontario International. For now, live in Ontario, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mario.
Mario's got the sleepy eyes because he's been eating.
Food coma.
He's been checking out the food courts there at Ontario. Yes, it is an important weekend. Of course, we honor and remember our servicemen and women, our fallen servicemen and women, and of course celebrate as well. We've got here the traffic conditions. This traffic report is brought to you by DTLA Law Group Accident and Injury Attorneys. Just a snapshot here of the 57 at Wagner. We do have some volume on the road, but I think it's moving nicely at this hour as we take a look at the drive times in and out of downtown LA now. On that West 10 coming out of downtown going towards Santa Monica between the 5 to the 4-5, it's really good. 24 minutes. On the North 110 between the 4-5 to the 10, also super 14 minutes there. Here's a look at some of the other traffic hotspots.
This broadcast is locally sponsored by DTLA Law Group, Auto Accident and Injury Attorneys. Have an injury? Text Injury Help to 40222 or visit us online at calldowntown.com. Message and data rates and usage may apply.
Welcome back. A time-honored tradition happening once more this Sunday.
33 cars, 350,000 spectators. It means only one thing.
Drivers, start your engine.
With those words, the Indy 500 will roar into action. Sunday's race will be the 110th edition of the greatest spectacle in racing, and it airs right here on Fox 11.
Here to talk about it all, motorsports expert Mike Caudell. Welcome back again this morning. Nice to chat with you once again. All right, set it up for us. There's so much going on this weekend there. Tell us what people can expect.
Well, let me start with this.
It's electrifying out here. We are in the official practice session leading up to the race with the cars on the track. I've even had to put headphones on because it's so loud. I'm screaming into the microphone because of the performance, the speed, and the adrenaline here in Indianapolis. That's right, we're celebrating the 110th running of the Indy 500 with 33 cars out on the track. And it's the largest single-day sporting event in the world. Everyone here is talking about Alex Palou. He was the 2025 IndyCar champion. He's got 4 wins under his belt this year. Last year, he won this race, and he's sitting number 1 in the poll. So everyone is talking about Alex here in Indianapolis.
Well, are people talking about AI? Because AI is going to be playing a big part in this year's race, which is something new, right? Talk about that.
Yeah, so you can't escape AI right now. Every segment we do on television has something to do with AI, and they've integrated it into all of these race cars. NTT Data, which is the presenting sponsor of the IndyCar series, they pull hundreds of thousands of data points from these cars, and they're using that in AI for those that want to watch on the mobile app experience that they have. So you can watch from home, and you can capture all this real-time predictive data that NTTA is pushing out.
It's so loud out there. I can only imagine what you're going through. But contrary to the loudness, I don't know if there's going to be a moment of silence, because we do have to mention the death of Kyle Busch. And racing is such a close-knit community. I'm sure that there's been a lot of talk about that. What's the reaction you're seeing?
Yeah, so last night we started getting text messages just after 5 o'clock in regards to the passing of Kyle Busch. I've worked with him. He was a key partner with ours at Lucas Oil. And it's just, you can even feel it out here. It's just somber. It's sad. One of the best drivers ever to compete in NASCAR. One of the nicest guys you would ever meet. Beautiful family. Just a wonderful person to be around. And the shocking news that hit last night has really taken the entire motorsports world by storm. Coming in this morning, you could feel it here at the racetrack. But you know what? If Kyle was with us today, he would say one thing. Let's go, guys. Let's get out and let's go race.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. Certainly our thoughts are with his entire family and the community there, that's for sure. And before we let you go, what are you maybe personally looking forward to this time around?
Well, I think, you look at who's starting at number 26, Catherine Legg. She's 45 years old, first female driver and oldest driver to attempt the double. She's going to try and race here on Sunday, and then the same day fly to Charlotte, North Carolina to attempt the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600, which is amazing. But it's all about the holiday, right? Memorial Day is upon us. You guys were talking food earlier with your correspondent out at the Ontario airport. I've got steak here from Good Rancher. They partner with the USO as part of their military tradition, and it's all about family, fun, friends, and high performance here in Indianapolis.
Looks like a good time. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Mike, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Again, the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 takes place Sunday right here on Fox 11.
All right, very good. And then the Indy 500 is called the greatest spectacle in racing. But before Sunday's big race, there's this. Another spectacle you won't want to miss. That's right, we're talking about the Weenie 500 happening today at 11 a.m. 6 Wienermobiles will hit the track at the Motor Speedway to see which is top dog. Last year, Slaw Dog took home the trophy. You can watch the Indianapolis 500 this Sunday again, right here on Fox 11.
Good times. All right, coming up, we're highlighting the dynamic duos of The Mandalorian and Grogu, both on screen and behind the scenes.
Stick around to hear how the filmmakers are reflecting on their new movie.
And welcome back to you. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. Good Day LA weather is sponsored by Pechanga Resort Casino. Always a great view at the beach. Here's a live look outside right now. I'm going to guess. I'm thinking maybe Huntington Beach or Manhattan Beach. Okay, well, a little further. Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. Manhattan Beach, a little gray there. The May gray weather pattern is back. But you know what? A day at the beach, even though it's still a nice day. We've got the onshore flow. You can see the arrows now moving from the ocean toward the land. Starting to get a little bit breezier. However, we do expect the winds to get stronger over the mountains and deserts, particularly later this afternoon, but it should be well below advisory criteria. This is all good news. Spreading that cloud cover farther inland. This helps to mitigate fire danger, and also firefighters taking good advantage of it in order to completely extinguish those fires. We've got an area of low pressure that will sink south a little bit farther on Monday, Tuesday, and that's going to deepen our marine layer a little bit more. So it's actually going to continue to cool down even into the 60s as we get into next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. In the meantime, we will just have more of the same into the Monday Memorial Day holiday, with temperatures close to average, maybe even just slightly below, with some partly sunny skies in the afternoon. 68 in Inglewood today, so even there it's cooler. Looking at your day planner for Thousand Oaks, we start with the clouds, and then we'll get to mostly sunny skies this afternoon with those temperatures in the mid-70s. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Amanda's off today. We have you covered, though, entertainment-wise, sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino. So when it comes to Star Wars fans, they're dedicated and loyal, and that includes the guys who brought The Mandalorian and Grogu to life. Amanda talked to the two creative forces and producers what their most memorable fan moment was, and it actually involved the king of Star Wars himself, George Lucas.
Remember the buttons I told you never to touch? I'm gonna need you to touch them. Look for the ignition relay cutoff. It's next to the fuel differential readout.
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Has there been a moment that has stuck with you over the years? Because this is such a fandom, a huge global fandom. Has there been one specific fan encounter that has just stuck with you?
I think the way the people on the set reacted when George came to the set.
Oh, wow.
We're making the show, and George is not professionally involved with any of this anymore. But he cares, and he has relationships with people like Dave, and I've met him, Kathy certainly, Doug Chang, John Knoll. So when he walks in, it's, you know, somebody's walking in who has history.
Oh, yeah.
And even with the people who haven't worked with him, it's George Lucas. And watching him give him a hard time when he's filming and not getting enough setups, when he was directing the Ahsoka episode.
Yeah.
But also when there's actually a photo that I took on my phone. It's kind of blurry, but it's out there on the internet. We had because Grogu is an audio animatronic robot that the puppeteers keep going, right? So if he's on set, he's looking around. It's like he's there.
I know.
And so we brought him to, hey, meet. I didn't know at the time if he liked the character, thought it was cool. And he took that little guy in his arm and was talking to it. And everybody on the set, like, it just felt like something like you're seeing an older, like a family member meet their new grandchild.
Yeah, grandfather meeting his grandchild.
Yeah, and the fact that he gave the whole crew that moment and was open to it was really a striking one.
You can watch The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters now.
That's right, and as you get ready for the Memorial Day weekend, we asked you this question: which holiday is overhyped? And here are the results. Wow, Valentine's Day, 70% of people think it's overhyped. I like that.
New Year's Eve, I'm surprised that's not higher.
Right.
Like, that's such like a,
well,
you go out for New Year's Eve if you're an amateur.
Well, it's ringing in the new season, new year, right? But Halloween, I thought that would be higher than Christmas.
Right. Okay. Well, Stephen from Ontario says, don't really care for any of these holidays. My favorite is life because every day is a holiday. I like that.
Nice. And we have Debbie from Van Nuys saying holidays should bring joy and inclusion to everyone. Unfortunately, there's usually a lot of sadness for some people on Valentine's Day. Oh, well, you can make it a Galentine's Day.
That's true.
Or just celebrate, you know, being Friday. How's that? It's a holiday for us.
That is very true. Just a Friday. welcome to your Friday. It's 9:30. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo.
And I'm Maria Quaban. Oh, we did it.
Love it.
I'm so happy about that for some reason. I was included. Yay.
Are you off Monday?
I am.
Ah, nice.
Yes, gonna enjoy it with family.
Happy.
Yeah, I am actually. It's good. It's good. We were talking about our kids, and I really want to just spend every minute. You know, I have a 15-year-old, and it's just not going to be much longer.
Yeah.
You know?
No, he's staying around.
That's right. I'm trying to brainwash him. I want him to go. I want him to go to UCLA. Actually.
I told my kids already. I said UCLA, USC. Those are your two options.
That's
it.
Very good.
I told my kids anywhere they want to go, but I'll follow you.
That's the other way.
Yeah.
I've actually said that. So wherever you go, we will go. All right. Good morning to you on this Friday. The unofficial start really to the summer season this weekend, and it's 3 days until we will welcome Memorial Day holiday. Of course, we will also remember our fallen servicemen and women. We will take that moment, and then we will be with family, hopefully, and and enjoy some food. How's about that? Something to look forward to. 30 days until Father's Day. That'll be the next holiday we will look forward to. It will coincide, coincidentally, with the start of summer, officially the summer solstice on June 21st. Okay, I'm going to go grab the right button here, and I will fast forward and talk about the temperatures and how it's really cooling down. The big cool down is here. We've got the onshore flow and the May gray mornings now as we get into next week with some partly sunny afternoons to mostly sunny, depending on where you are. A really pleasant day ahead for Memorial Day with some clouds kind of lingering and going to be tough to clear out along the coast, but eventually I think you'll see some sunshine, especially south into Orange County. But the relative humidity values have gone up. They'll go down a little bit in the afternoon hours, but they'll be right back up as the onshore flow continues. Yesterday, we got to a high of 80 degrees. Today, we are expecting 75 for downtown. Our sunset will be at 7:53. I'll be back with the 7-day in just a couple minutes. Back to you.
Breaking news in Orange County. Evacuation orders have been reissued in Garden Grove following a big chemical leak yesterday.
Let's go to Gigi right now, live at the evacuation center in Stanton with the story. There's been a bit of back and forth here, Gigi.
There certainly has, and right now Hazmat crews are working on that plant there, that leak. We're in Stanton this morning. This is one of 2 evacuation centers. The plant where everything is happening is right on the border of Garden Grove and Stanton. And here in Stanton, the evacuation center has been set up at the Civic Center on Catella and Cedar. About 3 dozen people are here. Just a small percentage of the thousands of people that are actually affected. Many people simply going to friends, family. We met a family earlier that said they might get a hotel room for the day and just wait it out. Now, take a look. Those evacuation orders were issued yesterday, but today, and you are looking at the scene there today, due to changing conditions, officials say they had to reissue those evacuation orders, with the Orange County Fire Authority saying it's a precautionary measure while they continue to try to mitigate the leak. Now, yesterday, this is when it started, yesterday afternoon at GKN Aerospace. They build engine structures for commercial and military aircraft. They're on the 12,000 block of Western Avenue in Garden Grove. They determined that they had a leak of a chemical known as MMA, methyl methacrylate, and it was leaking from a 34,000-gallon tank. Now, MMA is a key ingredient in adhesives used in marine transportation and construction. The problem is the chemical creates its own heat, so they started cooling off that tank yesterday. They evacuated folks. They thought everything was under control, but this morning, firefighters found that there's an inoperable valve on the tank, and that's why they issued another evacuation order. Take a look. It affects the area north of Garden Grove Boulevard, south of Orangewood Avenue, east of Knott Avenue, and west of Dale Street. Again, thousands of people, both in Stanton and here in Garden Grove. Now, Garden Grove operates the schools here in Stanton, and I can tell you that most schools are closed today, but not all of them. As a parent, you probably already received that phone call notifying you. Coming up at 10 a.m. on Good Day LA, though, I'll have the complete list of school closures today. Again, not all of them are closed. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, we'll keep monitoring that situation, Gigi. Thank you. And we are tracking new details this morning in the sudden and tragic loss of NASCAR superstar Kyle Busch at the age of 41. Sources telling the Associated Press that Busch became unresponsive Wednesday while training in a racing simulator in North Carolina. He was rushed to the hospital in Charlotte, where he later passed away from what his family calls a severe illness. During a race earlier this month, Busch asked for a doctor to meet with him after the checkered flag for sinus and cold and cough. His last win was just last weekend at the Dover Motor Speedway in Delaware. Busch won 234 races across NASCAR's top 3 series, more than any other driver in history, and captured 2 Cup championships in 2015 and 2019. His family, racing team, and NASCAR releasing a statement that reads in part, quote, our entire NASCAR family is heartbroken by the loss of Kyle Busch, a future Hall of Famer. Kyle was a rare talent, one who comes along once in a generation. He was fierce, was passionate, he was immensely skilled, and he cared deeply about the sport and fans. He leaves behind his wife, an 11-year-old son, and a 4-year-old daughter.
Really heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I really want to know more information. It's so sudden.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly happened?
Right, exactly. At such a young age of 41.
Mm-hmm. All right, now to the very latest on the few wildfires burning across the region. Fire crews are making significant progress in the Sandy fire in Simi Valley. That's now 40% contained and just over 2,000 acres. Many evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings are lifted. And on Monday, this fire started. This was near Sycamore Park. It did spread quickly. We were all over this. If you were watching us, we saw those strong winds and those high temperatures really make that fire spread fast.
That's right, and over to Riverside County and the Bain fire burning in Jurupa Valley near the Santa Ana River bottom. The containment is almost now at 70% and holding at about 1,500 acres there. Evacuation orders do, though, remain in effect.
Also in Riverside County, firefighters making progress on the Verona fire burning in the rural area near the community of Homeland. Containment, 57%. As of this morning, it is holding about 650 acres.
And crews are still working to resolve the gas leak outside of LAX. SoCal Gas is working to repair a 6-inch gas line and water main break that was broken during construction Wednesday night. The damage caused officials to close the northbound lanes of Sepulveda Boulevard at Imperial Highway and the east and westbound lanes on 96th Street. Officials estimate repairs will be completed by the end of the day. But of course, as you can imagine, with the holiday weekend underway, it couldn't come at a worse time.
Giving you a live look, live LAX right there.
That's what we're talking about.
Yep, you were advised. Obviously, try to get there earlier than you anticipated. And there are quite a few delays, so just be aware.
Because of traffic, that is for sure. And speaking of traffic, as people hit the roads for the Memorial Day holiday, the helpful Honda people are holding a gas giveaway today. The first round of free gas begins at 9 o'clock this morning at the Ralph's Fuel Center on Roscoe Boulevard in Sun Valley. It'll go to the first 70 veterans, active and retired military, and Honda drivers. But if that giveaway wraps up, the helpful Honda people are holding another one today at noon at the Ralph's Fuel Center in Van Nuys. All right, get ready to roar. The roar of the jets, the display of U.S. military might. It's all part of LA Fleet Week in San Pedro.
All right, kicking it off is Coco this morning, right? All right, let's see what you got.
Good morning. So we move from the bridge now to the flight deck. We are on board the USS Essex, and this is part of LA Fleet Week, really giving you the opportunity to recognize the important work from the Navy, the Coast Guard, and the U.S. Marines. And speaking of Marines, I am now here with First Lieutenant Seamus Tome. Thank you so much for your service and for joining us. And if you can tell us about your role as an artillery officer.
Yeah, so I'm an artillery officer with the Marine Corps. We shoot 777 howitzers as well as HIMARS rockets. We have a 777 howitzer at the static display at the expo that you can come see. And then we also coordinate fire support with the infantry units. So we basically provide liaison officers to be with the infantry Marines and coordinate the fires of, air as well as surface fires such as the howitzer and HIMARS.
That's amazing. That's such incredible work. And if you can talk about LA Fleet Week, what people can experience and why it's so important.
Yeah, so at the expo site, there's some LAVs, which are big, rolling vehicles that carry infantry Marines. And then there's also a howitzer, a couple helicopters. You can come tour the ship here and meet some Marines and sailors.
I love that. Thank you so much, First Lieutenant Seamus Tome. We really appreciate it. Wonderful talking to you. And you can see that it's underway right now, LA Fleet Week. There are people that are getting off of the helicopter now. They were able to go inside and take a tour. And you can tour this entire ship as well and really learn a lot about the military and our sailors and the important work that they do. It's a 4-day event, so it kicks off today, and it's going to run and end on Memorial Day. And it's free. I'll send it back to you.
That's right. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Coco. This is something you might be interested in as well over the weekend. No need to fire up your own barbecue because some of the best pit masters around will be in Long Beach.
Let's check in with the organizer of Long Beach Barbecue Festival to learn more about this weekend's event. Hi there, Ian and Santiago. Oh my gosh, that meat looks amazing. Ian and Mo, rather. So this festival, Ian, tell us all about it. It's more than just food.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Ian, organizer of the Long Beach Barbecue Festival. This is California's largest barbecue festival with live music as well. We're going to be cooking doing a live fire cook on a whole steer on Saturday, and then 6 whole hogs on Sunday. We have the Dove Shack coming to perform. There's going to be whiskey tastings, ism beer, and full bars going all around. We've got 34 of the country's best pitmasters coming out. It's going to be a great time.
Sounds good. It certainly looks good. What are we looking at right here? We're seeing some great pictures. The mess, is that right? What exactly are we getting into?
The mess? Yeah, the mess I don't actually have up here. But anyway, my name's Mo Stewart with Brothers Keeper Barbecue. And what we're looking at here, over here, you've got my grandma's spicy collard greens. If you can't stand the heat, don't touch them. They've got habanero peppers in there. You got my pork spare ribs here, honey butter brown sugar finish to them. Another item from my grandma, taught me well, potato salad. We call that Grammy's potato salad. You pan on up here, we got pastrami beef dino ribs. And if you're a pet lover, you got a dog, here at my shop, my restaurant, we give out these dino beef bones to any dog that walks by, as well as our pork butt bone. Coleslaw here, cornbread all over the place, and you got pulled pork here. We inject that heavily, so you got flavor throughout it. And then you got Gouda mac and cheese, baked beans, some sliced brisket, and to wrap it all up.
So, Mo, you mentioned your grandmother several times. Did you grow up cooking with her in the kitchen?
I did.
Oh, I love that.
I did grow up cooking with my grandma. Yeah, she taught me pretty much all of this minus the meats. My better half brought me a smoker in 2017, and I was hooked. And so here we are, almost 10 years later, doing what I love. Opened this place 3 months ago.
Wow.
So yeah.
Congratulations. It looks delicious. I want a taste of all of that.
Thank you very much.
Especially Grandma's secret recipe.
Thank you very much.
I'll suffer the heat for
there
a
you
little
go.
taste
We're
of
not
that.
far. We're not far.
Thank
We're
you
not
so
far.
much.
Come on down. Come on down.
Sounds good. Happening
Thank you,
this
guys.
weekend. Long Beach Barbecue Festival.
Thank you, Ian.
Have a good one, guys.
See ya.
All right, coming up, recognizing the growing number of AAPI athletes on a global scale. After the break, I'll show you just how much of an impact our local stars have on the sports world.
right, let's talk about our weekend weather, and I want to show you one of our computer models here, how it's picking up, how the clouds are starting to dissipate a little bit, and it will by this afternoon for the inland areas, but notice some of that cloud cover hugging the coastline, so it'll be tough to clear out. They'll be back, the low cloud cover and even some fog will be back tonight into tomorrow morning, and then clearing out again with some of these clouds hugging the coastline, coming back Sunday night into Monday. So you see the pattern, right? We're in this pattern now with the May gray and the onshore flow as we get into next week. So we like it. It does help to mitigate that fire danger. 66 to 70 degrees on the sand today with surf heights if you paddle out 2 to 4 feet from Ventura County south into Orange County and San Diego. Temperatures will cool a little bit more as we get to the weekend. 70 for the coast today, down to the 60s as we look ahead to the holiday. 75 for downtown LA today, down to 70 on Monday, Memorial Day. And then even some cooler temperatures heading into the middle of next week. Valleys, Inland Empire, a lot of sunshine, nice and warm today, 85, but not as hot, right, as earlier this week. Down to around 73 on Monday, so it's a little on the cooler side. 71 in Big Bear up into the mountains, gorgeous conditions at the lake on Monday with a high near 70 degrees. High desert areas warmer, 88 degrees, as you can see here, cooling down to 82 on the holiday. And then the Coachella Valley, 98 today. We're going to stay in those 90s through the holiday on Monday, and then cooling down a bit to the low 90s for the middle of next week. I'll send it back to you.
Here in LA, we have plenty of Asian and Asian American athletes to cheer for, but it wasn't always that way. As we celebrate AAPI Heritage Month, I take a look at the rise of AAPI athletes.
Ohtani.
The sensational Shohei.
A majestic home run.
And these Asian aces on the mound.
Yamamoto.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And another strikeout for Sasaki.
The Japanese Dodgers stars get all the glory.
Son Heung-min.
But LA is home to many Asian athletes making a mark in the game.
Son has delivered.
On the court.
Pitches out of the corner. Hachimura.
Maya Yoshida, the captain.
Of course, stars in the women's game, too.
너무 좋은 경험하고 있고요.
These players are making more than just an impact in the game, but are shifting the dynamic in the world of sports.
I don't think we've ever had a time where we've had so much Asian representation across like the diversity of sports in a city, probably in our country's history.
Amazing HQ is a platform which tracks the impact and narrative of AAPI athletes at all levels. And Asian American athletes have had an uphill battle to make it in the world of sports.
A lot of it when it comes to success in sports or opportunities in sports really comes down to the eye test. And that goes along with a lot of the stereotypes that have historically been there amongst the Asian community about not being strong enough, not being tall enough. When there's 2 athletes with the same potential, but one kind of looks like the mold of someone who's had success before, and one is someone's like, oh, this looks different, and I don't know what this can result in. Oftentimes, you're going to pick the first option.
But when one breaks the barrier...
Chan-Ho Park, the first player of Korean ancestry to ever pitch in the major league.
There it is, a win for the ages.
And talent and success shines.
Nomo strikes out 8 Rockies.
Great pass to Yao Ming.
Michelle Kwan, the 5-time world and 9-time U.S. champion.
There it is, Michael Chang.
The shift in the perception of AAPI athletes has become undeniable.
Jeremy Lin, the sleight of hand, and it puts it in off glass.
Being an Asian athlete is like you always have to, even the results itself have to usually be like 1.5 or 2 times to the extent of a lot of other athletes because we have to prove ourselves to that extent.
This is for y'all! Proving themselves in performance, the Asian impact keeps growing, and fans here love cheering on their champs.
We're lucky we have all those champs to cheer for, but it really does inspire and encourage the next generation that they can see themselves in these roles, in these sports, having success. So it is a big deal for the AAPI community.
I just think it also just takes so much sacrifice and dedication, not just the athlete themselves, but the entire family is involved in this.
Get around it, right? Don't just encourage us to be doctors and lawyers. We could say, this is possible too, Mom and Dad.
Yes, it's the classic immigrant story, though, I think, where a lot of kids growing up are encouraged to be doctors and lawyers, which are important and are incredibly successful professions, but to see beyond that.
Right, there's other things and other possibilities. All right, but what I love about sports, it really introduces cultures to other cultures as well, and with more Japanese fans coming to the games, the rest of the world is seeing tradition on display, and this scene always fascinates people. Take a look at this. Japanese fans staying after the game to pick up trash around their seats at stadiums. Well, everyone else, you know, you usually leave your peanut shells on the ground and empty beer cups behind. Japanese fans make sure their area is spotless.
Love it.
Yeah, this is a common practice and a Japanese cultural belief that as a guest in someone's house, this is how you should behave.
I mean, common sense, right?
When you're invited to a tea ceremony, traditional tea ceremony, it's a custom for a guest after drinking tea to wipe out the pot where you drank tea, wipe out and return the cup to the host. That means you are invited, we're a guest, so we need to bring the cup back as it was before we came. So that same sentiment are seen in Japanese football soccer supporters in the World Cup games, in which they bring the trash and they bring back home.
That's right. After a World Series game even, you saw Yoshinobu Yamamoto cleaning up the dugout. And this went viral because they could not believe this after Game 2 and what a performance he had on the mound. That's what he did. He cleaned up the dugout. He went into the locker room and then everyone bowed to him. Look at that.
Wait, wait, why did they do that?
Respect, because he saved the day.
Oh, and
if you remember, right? But
I think
what a display, right?
I think that's just so admirable. I love that custom tradition. I wish more people would do it. Even recently, I took the kids to the movies and they were getting up and just leaving the, you know, the popcorn they didn't want to finish. I'm like, no, we're taking that. There's no need to just leave it, right? It's just common courtesy.
I know.
Learn from the Japanese. All right, Apple TV is about to make history here in LA with an MLS match shot entirely on iPhones. Apple says tomorrow, LA Galaxy that is, match against Houston Dynamo will be the first live pro sports game fully filmed using the iPhone 17 Pro camera. How about that? The streaming giant says the smaller cameras will give fans new angles and a more close-up view of the action. Apple first tested this technology during some MLS broadcasts last year, but this will be the first time an entire game will rely only on iPhones.
I can't wait to see how that looks. That's going to be a game changer, and it'll be so cool to see.
I'm sure it's going to be great.
I know. All right, and this is great. The latest addition to the official FIFA World Cup 2026 album brings together Latin pop, K-pop, and Afro beats all in one song. You're going to like this, Araxia. And for the music video, they even threw in a Labubu. Artists Lisa, Nita, and Rima all teamed up for this new single called Goals. So I love the song. I love the vibe. They're so amazing. The song will be performed live for the first time during the opening ceremony at SoFi Stadium on Friday, June 12th. So you can listen to the full song now on all streaming platforms. There's so many songs that have been released surrounding the World Cup. There's a vibe for everyone. But this is a good one. I like it. Yeah.
I just don't like one thing.
What?
The Labubu.
Oh. You like the outfits, though, too, right?
I do like the
cute.
outfits. Yeah. Labubu's not cool anymore. That's what my kids say.
All right.
It's about the squishies and the Neato and
the dumplings,
the butter and the pickle, and don't get me started. Banana.
And the bunnies. I could go on, too.
Dumplings. We'll be right back. Welcome to 10 a.m. on this Friday. Really busy Friday, actually, and we do have some breaking news in Orange County where evacuation orders have been reissued in Garden Grove following a massive chemical leak yesterday.
Gigi Graciette is live at one of 2 evacuation centers in Stanton with all the details. Gigi?
That's right. Officials thought it was safe for folks to return home last night, but this morning they ran into more problems. So as a precautionary measure, they've evacuated thousands of people, not only in Garden Grove where that tank is leaking, that 34,000-gallon tank, but also here in Stanton because the company is right on the border, we're told. So here at the community center on Catella and Cedar, this is one of 2 evacuation centers. Now take a look. Due to changing conditions, we were told evacuation orders were reissued this morning, with the Orange County Fire Authority saying it's a precautionary measure while they continue to mitigate this leak. Now, this all stems from yesterday afternoon's leak at GKN Aerospace. They build engine structures, landing gear, and other products for commercial and military aircraft. They're on the 12,000 block of Western here in Garden Grove. Now, authorities determined that a chemical called methyl methacrylate, MMA, was leaking from that tank. The problem with that is that it creates its own heat. Now, MMA is a key ingredient in adhesives used in the marine, transportation, and construction industry. People in the area were evacuated yesterday, and then they were allowed to return. But this morning, firefighters found that a valve is broken on the tank. They cannot get it to work, so they issued more evacuation orders affecting thousands of people in both Garden Grove and Stanton.
Even though you may not want to leave your home or with your pets, it's important that human life is protected. I think it's also important to know that we'll get through this, and we have the very best people working on it this time.
And Mayor Dave says he has been in touch with the Orange County Fire Authority. He's actually on their board, and there's been no time frame given for when folks can return. About 35 or so people and pets are here at the Stanton Civic Center on Catella. The other evacuation center is at the Garden Grove Sports and Rec Center. Now, there are a lot of school closures to tell you about in the Garden Grove Unified School District, which handles Stanton too. As a parent, you probably already got the call, but just in case, Barker Elementary, Bryant, Carver, Enders, Garden Park, Lawrence, Wakeham, Patton, Bell Intermediate, Alamitos Intermediate, Pacifica High, Rancho Alamitos High, Skylark, and some maintenance and bus yards are also closed today. Again, you probably already know that, but just in case you were going to stop by, and I'm told that's the complete list of closures, but not all schools are closed. Everyone is asking, when can we get back home? Again, thousands of people are out of their homes today. There is no time frame. Nothing has been given yet. They're working to get that valve fixed, and until then, and until it's safe, then they'll allow folks back home. We don't know when that will happen. Reporting live in Stanton, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
And just on the holiday weekend,
yeah,
too.
frustrating.
With people having plans and all of that. All right, Gigi, thank you. Developing this morning, Hazmat teams are cleaning up an oil leak in East Los Angeles. The LA County Fire Department saying a construction crew drilling a hole into the ground hit a 16-inch pipe transporting crude oil from Kern County down to the Port of LA. This happened at around 3:30 this morning near East Cesar Chavez and Eastern Avenues. Firefighters managed to shut off the flow. The cleanup means the intersection will be closed for several hours.
Millions of people are getting a head start to their Memorial Day weekend.
One of the busiest airports in the country right now is at Ontario International Airport, and Mario's been there all morning long to show us the crowds.
This holiday weekend kicks off the summer travel season, and it's expected to be a busy one at airports across the country. Ontario International, no exception. You can see the TSA lines. They have been growing throughout the day. Airport officials say they're preparing for more than 2 million passengers this summer from now through Labor Day.
We do have a full flight today. Every seat will be occupied, and we need everybody's cooperation.
Oh my goodness, I got here early, so I thought, and I didn't. So now I'm rushing here. We're about to board now. I didn't get to get my coffee, so got to catch up on the time here.
A solid hour.
A solid hour. Are you going to make your flight? You're here on time?
Yeah, I'll be all good.
From 4 a.m. to 6:30, it was packed. We went upstairs and there was no line. I said, what's going on? They said, you just missed everybody. So we just breezed through. We love Ontario Airport.
Did you know that it was a holiday weekend?
Not really, no.
We're hearing that a lot.
I'm from Denver, going back home, never even knew it was a holiday. I forgot it was a holiday.
AAA projects a record 45 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles this weekend. 39 million estimated to drive. Nearly 4 million will fly. Gas prices are the highest they've been since summer of 2022, and AAA says the worst road congestion is expected today from 3 to 6 p.m. Even with those higher gas prices and economic pressure, it's not stopping people from taking that weekend getaway. If you are traveling, Friday, today, and Monday are expected to be the busiest. At Ontario International, I'm Mario Ramirez, Fox 11 News.
And let's take a look at gas prices for people who are going to drive to their destinations this weekend. In LA County, the average for a gallon of regular is $6.18. And this time a year ago, it was $4.81. In Orange County this morning, the average is $6.14. San Bernardino is about $6.08. And drivers in Riverside, you're paying $6.04.
Governor Gavin Newsom's office urging Memorial Day holiday travelers to completely avoid Chevron gas stations this weekend. The governor is accusing the energy giant of blatant price gouging, claiming Chevron is charging up to 80 cents more per gallon than unbranded gas stations. Chevron blames California climate policies and the state's record high 70-cent gas tax. California's average gas price sits at $6.13 a gallon.
Massive job cuts are coming to the Los Angeles Unified School District, with more than 1,000 employees expected to get layoff notices. The board voted 5-2 yesterday to make the cuts by the end of June. Clerical workers, library aides, and other support staff will be the ones hardest hit. The news gets worse, though, in the details of the board's updated fiscal stability plan that would shrink the budget by $3.6 billion over the next 3 years. It calls for additional staff cutbacks of about 6,000 jobs, 6,000 people there, about 10% of the district's personnel. District officials say the drastic cuts are necessary due to the money loss from declining enrollment. The LAUSD services 390,000 students, but that's just half of what it was in the early 2000s. Other factors include the expiration of COVID relief funds, inflation, and raises in new union contracts.
Los Angeles City Council approves a $15 billion budget with big plans for public safety. This is according to the LA Times. The plan includes hiring 510 new police officers by next summer, bringing the LAPD to 8,555 officers. However, that's still fewer than past years. One council member, Tracy Park, opposed the budget, citing cuts to fire services and homeless cleanups. But council members also give a small increase to Inside Safe, the mayor's signature program to combat homelessness.
Fire crews are making significant progress. The Sandy fire in Simi Valley is now 40% contained and just over 2,000 acres. Many evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings or lifted altogether. The fire started Monday near Sycamore Park and quickly spread due to strong winds and high temperatures.
Adding more worries to the fire that is in its path. What is in the path, that is? The Sandy fire burning near a toxic waste area in the Simi Valley area where a partial nuclear meltdown once took place. That's got people naturally worried containments could be released if the flames hit that specific area. The complex was formerly used for rocket engine testing and nuclear research and is currently undergoing a state-led environmental cleanup. Officials say the fire hasn't yet reached the field laboratory area and that crews are making strong progress containing the fire.
3 men killed in Monday's deadly shooting attack at a mosque in San Diego were mourned and remembered at a funeral service. The trio were honored as martyrs who gave their lives at the Islamic Center of San Diego, protecting children from the gunfire of 2 teenagers. A burial service followed the funeral prayers at the La Vista Memorial Park in National City. A support fund has been started to support the families. So far, it has raised nearly $1 million. The 2 alleged attackers were later found dead of apparent self-inflicted gunshots just blocks away from the mosque. The shooting is being investigated as a hate crime.
And the racing world is reacting to the shocking death of NASCAR legend Kyle Busch. He passed away at the age of 41. His family and team announcing his passing after he was admitted to the hospital with a severe illness. Now, Busch recently revealed that he was battling a sinus cold worsened by the intense G-forces and elevation changes during a race at Watkins Glen just 12 days ago. He radioed his crew asking for a doctor's help after pushing through and making it across that finish line. Busch was set to compete this weekend at the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte. The next month, he had plans to race in Northern California at the Toyota Safe Mart 350. Well, the general manager of Sonoma Raceway spoke about the loss this morning.
I don't know how you make sense of it. We got some news this morning that he was in serious condition in the hospital, kind of out of nowhere. And then we got the news about an hour ago that he passed. And I mean, we've been through this a number of times. The NASCAR community is very close-knit. Sonoma Raceway, he's won 3 times. So we feel a connection to all the drivers, but with winners and people from the West Coast like Jeff Gordon, Kyle Larson, Kurt and Kyle from Las Vegas out here on the West Coast. So we were just shocked, to say the least.
Busch was a 2-time Cup Series champion and holds the record for 234 NASCAR national wins. His family, racing team, and NASCAR released a statement. It reads in part, "Our entire NASCAR team, family that is heartbroken by the loss of Kyle Busch, a future Hall of Famer. Kyle was a rare talent, one who comes along once in a generation. He was fierce, he was passionate, he was immensely skilled, and he cared deeply about the sport and fans." Busch is the most winningest driver in NASCAR history, winning 234 races. He leaves behind his wife, an 11-year-old son, and a 4-year-old daughter.
Congress is getting an early start on the long holiday weekend. As Doug Luzader reports, many Republicans are breaking with the administration's agenda, and Democrats are taking a tough look back at their 2024 election loss.
Well, the House ended up leaving town a day early after it became clear that a number of Republicans were not seeing eye to eye with the president. Under the shadow of the dome, out they came. Lawmakers making their escape after largely throwing in the towel.
I'll process whatever the Senate sends me, and they need, obviously, a little bit more time to build consensus. So.
House Speaker Mike Johnson was facing another difficult vote to limit the president's war powers, but he also blamed the Senate for failing to advance a funding bill for immigration enforcement.
Mr. Attorney General, can you give some clarity on this compensation fund?
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche had been sent to the Hill to explain to Republican senators how a new nearly $2 billion compensation fund for those determined to have been targeted by the government would actually work. It was another setback for the administration, and Democrats celebrated.
So this afternoon, Republicans, so divided, so dysfunctional, so disorganized, are fleeing Washington.
But Democrats facing their own infighting after the party finally released an internal autopsy of their 2024 election loss. The nearly 200-page report is incomplete, and it seemed to anger just about everyone. It blamed the Biden administration as well as former Vice President Kamala Harris, stating, "Harris wrote off rural America, assuming urban-suburban margins would compensate. The math doesn't work." And that became a big distraction for Democrats who have been hoping to focus on rising costs for Americans, especially gas prices, heading into the holiday weekend. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, now let's turn our attention to the weekend and the weather, of course. Right now, we've got the marine layer, which is good news. This is the pattern we're going to have going into the weekend, the onshore flow, and we're really picking up that stratus. It is extending inland, and then in the late afternoon hours, we'll get that clearing, I think even along the coast. But this is what we're looking at as we head into the holiday weekend. Morning, nighttime, low clouds, even some fog, giving way to some partly to mostly sunny skies. By next Tuesday, I'm anticipating another area of low pressure to drop a little closer, and that will give us just a deeper marine layer even as we get to next week. And so there could even be some light light drizzle. Otherwise, temperatures will continue to cool to even slightly below the average. Right now, it is 65 in Pasadena and Burbank and Woodland Hills, 63 in Santa Monica, 66 in Riverside. Temperatures right now compared to yesterday at this hour, 10 degrees cooler in Riverside, 6 degrees cooler in Fullerton, 6 degrees cooler in Santa Monica. So you're feeling it, right? Out towards Catalina and Avalon, it's 10 degrees cooler right now than it was yesterday at this hour. So we're definitely on that cooling trend. Not so cool in the low desert, 98. That's where you can find the real heat. 88 in the high desert with lots of sunshine. The mountains 71 today, and Big Bear at the lake. It's going to be beautiful. 75 for downtown LA. That is definitely a big cool down from yesterday's 80 and the day before's upper 80s. 85 for the valleys and the Inland Empire to that cooler 70 along our coast. I will show you that 7-day forecast coming up in just a few moments. We do have those cooler temperatures. But first, let's talk about a little bit of traffic. Yes, Good Day LA traffic is brought to you by My Home Sold. We are looking at some holiday light traffic at the moment. This is a live look outside right now. This is the 110 freeway at Carson. Both sides, north and southbound sides of the 110 actually look good. And then the drive times in and out of downtown LA, it has been pretty smooth and quick, really, for this time. Westbound 10 between the 5 to the 4-5 headed to Santa Monica, 19 minutes. Look at the 110 north between the 4-5 to the 10, just 14 minutes. And on that West 60 between the 57 to the 5, 23 minutes there. Here's a look at some of the other traffic hotspots.
Hi, I'm Adrian with My Home Sold, and we want to buy your house. We buy any house in any condition. No commissions, no closing costs, and no repairs. Go to myhomesold.com for a free same-day cash offer. That's myhomesold.com.
Police arrest a Texas man after he allegedly drove a Tesla Cybertruck into a lake on purpose. Police say he wanted to test out the vehicle's wade mode off-road feature and drove it into the water. But the electric truck quickly became disabled, then submerged near the shoreline. Both the driver and passengers escaped safely before rescue teams helped remove the truck there. Wade mode now. It's supposed to help the Cybertruck safely navigate shallow water like a flooded street, not an entire ocean.
Wow. Waymo is suspending some of its services to make safety changes. The robo-taxi company will stop service on freeways across the country while also pausing operations in Atlanta. The change is taking place as the company updates software in an effort to enhance performance around flooded roadways and construction zones. The company recalled about 3,800 robo-taxis across the country earlier this month after an issue was found in the vehicles that potentially allowed them to enter flooded roads with higher speed limits, that is. Surface street operations will not be impacted.
A video is going viral over what appears to be a show a mortuary van recovering a body that's fallen out of the van and into the street.
That's not the whole story, though, because as you see on the social media, everything oftentimes isn't exactly as it is. Sometimes it's not true. Our reporter, Nick Garcia, went to Bell Gardens, and he actually spoke to the funeral home employees.
This shocking video has been making the rounds on social media. That appears to be a body being transported to a mortuary. The back of this van apparently opened in the middle of an intersection in Bell Gardens, causing the body to fall out and onto the street.
How do you think it happened? Do you think the van maybe wasn't closed right?
I think so. It looks like it just came off. So I'm thinking that was probably the issue. They didn't close it right. But then also it makes you wonder, like, why are they not using a proper vehicle for the purpose of transporting a body?
That is very crazy. I mean, that's very unprofessional as a company, you know? Wow, that's horrible. There's no words. In a van, in a minivan, that doesn't even seem like a car that would carry a body.
People claim the man seen in the video is an employee of Allen English and Estrada Funeral Service. But here's an important reminder that you can't trust everything you see on social media. We went to the funeral home to set the record straight.
We don't even do our own transporting. So most funeral homes, 90% don't use, because of the manpower. We don't do our own transporting. So we hire transport companies.
Not only did the funeral director say it wasn't his business, he said the video isn't recent.
It's not a new, it has been around for a couple of years. I'm not sure exactly why it came around again.
It's unclear if the video is real. But what is real? People believing it was this funeral home.
We even got calls from a couple different families. I'm like, hey, I understand, but I can assure you that it wasn't us.
He says he hopes people will think twice before hitting share or making assumptions. In Bell Gardens, I'm Nick Garcia, Fox 11 News.
We have breaking news out of Washington, D.C. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her job as President Donald Trump's Director of National Intelligence. Fox News Digital reporting she advised Trump of her intention to step down during an Oval Office meeting on Friday. She's leaving after her husband's recent diagnosis with a rare form of bone cancer. Gabbard said she was deeply grateful for the trust you placed in her and the opportunity to lead the office of the Director of National Intelligence. All right, get ready. The roar of the jets, display of U.S. military might. It is all part of LA Fleet Week in San Pedro.
Yeah, definitely something fun and interesting to do with the whole family. Kicking things off, let's go to Coco live with all the details. The best part, it's free, Coco.
That's right. The best part is that it's free. And I agree with you. It is really interesting, too. You learn a lot here at LA Fleet Week. And we've been seeing a lot of people come aboard here, the USS Essex, to learn more. And I am now here with Lieutenant Stephen Pangilinan. And thank you so much for your service. You're from the Coast Guard. And so for people who might not know, talk about the importance of the Coast Guard.
Yeah, thank you for having me today. So the Coast Guard is important because we're pretty much at every major port around the country. We are a life-saving service, but along with that, we do many different missions from ports, waterways, coastal security, marine environmental protection. So we do a lot.
Absolutely, you do a lot. And for LA Fleet Week, how can people really get to know the Coast Guard?
Yeah, so here at LA Fleet Week, we do have 2 of our Coast Guard cutters, which are ships that are over 65 feet. So we'll have them here at the LA Fleet Week Expo all weekend. And we have the Coast Guard cutter Halibut, which is an 87-foot cutter. And we have the Coast Guard cutter Terrell Horn, which the public can come out, get a tour, talk with the crews, and just learn more about the Coast Guard.
That's great. And it's also National Safe Boating Week, which is perfect for the Coast Guard. And you've got this life jacket for us. And if you can kind of just do a demo and talk about the safe boating techniques that people need to know.
Yeah, definitely. So with National Safe Boating Week, the one thing we do want to emphasize is everyone to always wear your life jacket when you're on the water. The life jacket is a simple thing that could save your life. And so always make sure that it's zipped up all the way. You want it to be the right size, it to be fit very well so that it's not going over your head or it's not too small to where it's not supporting the weight of the person that's supporting. And so other thing is making sure that, there's no damage to it. You can adjust it and then it's Coast Guard approved. And on top of that, also having a marine radio when you're out on the water is very helpful, as well as if you can have it's called an EPIRB, emergency position indicating beacon. And so it's basically like a locator that you can use on the water.
Oh, wow, those are fantastic tips. Thank you so much. And something else that's kind of fun is you all participate in Galley Wars. Tell us about the Galley Wars, what that means, and how you all are champions for it.
Yes, ma'am. So LA Fleet Week does an event called Galley Wars where they bring all the services together and they get 2 members from each service to represent. And it's kind of like a fun, friendly competition where you cook a specific dish for judges and then they vote on who's the best cooks. And I will say Coast Guard has won the last 3 years, so we're going to try and keep that going.
I like that. Congratulations winning the last 3 years. And thank you so much, Lieutenant, for talking to us as well, along with those boat safety tips, because, again, it is National Safe Boating Week, so that's important as well. But come participate in LA Fleet Week. It is free. It launches today, but it runs all the way through Memorial Day as well, and you're going to learn a lot as well here on the USS Essex. But the cool thing about it is it's not just at the Port of LA. There are activations all across LA where you can participate in this as well. I'll send it back to you.
Something great for the family. All right, Coco, thank you.
Great stuff. We'll be right back.
Shocking new numbers show the once quiet sanctuary of your local library has become a public safety battleground. A revised LAPD report shows city libraries logged more than 46,000 calls for service over a 7-year period, with West Side locations seeing the highest numbers citywide. Employees say they're dealing with overdoses, needles, and violent outbursts tied to homelessness and mental illnesses.
I have a friend who was working at the library on Santa Monica Boulevard, and he had to deal with a lot of issues with people coming in that were irate, looking to cause problems, putting people in danger. And he told me stories that are real stories.
Now the city is considering expanded security measures, more guards, even more metal detectors. A council member, Tracy Park, represents the West Side, and she says librarians are being asked to handle situations far beyond their job descriptions.
It is an incredibly frustrating problem, but it is symptomatic of a citywide crisis. The security of not only our own employees who work in our libraries, but all of the families and the kids and the seniors who rely on those public spaces for resources. I would love to see the city take those threats seriously.
The LAPD says it has already reinstated overtime patrols at select branches and is deploying officers 7 days a week in several divisions.
LA mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt is making waves with a new campaign video. In the viral 9-minute clip, he outlines a 5-step plan to tackle the city's homelessness crisis, and he blames drug addiction and political corruption on worsening the problem and accuses city leaders of profiting from it. His plan includes mandatory addiction treatment.
Ask yourself this: what if that addict on your street were your son, the baby boy you love more than anything, unemployed, doing drugs every day, defecating in public, harassing old ladies at the gas station for money? Would you buy him crack pipes? Would you let him continue to degrade himself in public? Of course not. You would stop the cycle. Karen Bass and Nithya Raman currently pay NGOs millions of dollars to increase drug usage and profit off the misery of these drug addicts.
The video already has millions of views on X, and Mayor Bass has repeatedly defended her record on homelessness.
A reminder that Los Angeles County voters will be able to cast ballots at more than 120 vote centers in the June primary. Voting centers open tomorrow and will be open every single day until June 2nd. Hours are from 10 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night. That includes the Memorial Day holiday. For a list of LA County voting centers, check out our voter guide at foxla.com.
And this weekend is, of course, on everyone's minds. This is when we sort of unofficially welcome the summer season here in the Northern Hemisphere. And it's going to be a good-looking one. The onshore flow is back, and in 3 days, on Monday, Memorial Day, we will start out with that May gray and eventually some sunshine in the afternoon. Also, the next holiday we will look forward to will be Father's Day, which coincides, by the way, with the official start to summer, the summer solstice on June 21st, which is both coming up 30 days from now. Here are our current winds. It has picked up a little bit as we forecast almost every day. It does get a little stronger as we get to the early afternoon and the latter part of the day. 9-10 miles per hour here. You can see near the coast, and it's just picking up a little bit out towards the Inland Empire. And it will get breezier, a little bit more gusty as we get to the afternoon and evening for the mountains and the deserts, but it will stay below advisory criteria. Notice the arrows coming from the ocean toward the land. That's the onshore flow, and it's bringing in a slightly cooler air mass, and there's a little bit more moisture. So relative humidity values did go up significantly this morning, but now that it's a little bit drier, 48% in Burbank, 60% downtown LA, definitely more along the coast. It'll go right back up again tonight as that marine layer returns and then retreats as we get to the afternoon hours tomorrow. But yesterday we did cool down. We got to 80 degrees downtown LA. That's down from the 88 the day before. So we've had some dry days, some windy days, and air quality was really poor and unhealthy the last couple because of the fires and the smoke. Well, now it's getting a little bit better. We've got yellows and green dots here. Yellow means moderate air quality, and that's usually the benchmark we use. So whatever you have planned outdoors, you should be okay. 75 is what we're expecting today, so even cooler than yesterday's 80. Our sunset time, 7:53 this evening. Here are the other highs today. 81 in Santa Clarita, not bad. 85 in Woodland Hills, 69, that's it in Santa Ana. Warmer 98 Palm Springs to that 71 in Big Bear at the lake. your 70 forecast coming up just a few minutes. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. Last week, officials announced Orange County will stop spraying chemical herbicides into creek beds and waterways. It's a big win for the grassroots group Creek Team that lobbied Orange County supervisors to stop the practice over worries about the effects on the environment and, of course, people, since many of those waterways empty into OC beaches.
Members of Creek Team are here this morning to talk about the change and their big win. So joining us is Brent Linus, Bethany Nelms, and Robert Beard, the Creek Team here this morning.
Good morning.
Thanks.
Hi.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. So tell us all about why you started this team to begin with.
Yeah, so I'm a runner, so one of the trails I like to run is along San Juan Creek in San Juan Capistrano, and it is an endangered species habitat. It's a critical habitat for the steelhead trout, and I run along this creek, and in the springs, most of the time it would be verdant and green, and then within a matter of weeks it would be completely dead. And so I finally realized that someone was doing this intentionally, and I went on this quest to find out, and eventually I determined that it was OC Public Works. And after working with the county for a long time, our board of supervisors, I was getting nowhere. And so eventually, out of exasperation, I signed an email from Creek Team, having no one following me, and started an Instagram profile that just went viral.
Oh my gosh, when was that?
That was February 6th. Yeah.
Of this year?
Yeah, we're like 3 months old. And we've had well over 1 million views.
That's amazing.
Yeah, probably closer to 2 million. Yeah. It's just really blown up. And it's really resonated with people because no one was told about this practice. And so I think a lot of people felt betrayed by that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I can see how you got involved. What about the rest of you, and how did you guys become activists? Do you see yourself as activists?
We are now, absolutely. I also live in San Juan Capistrano, and I heard through word of mouth that this practice was happening, and I didn't believe it. I said, there's absolutely no way that this is happening at the scale that he's saying. So I tried to disprove it. I started looking at all the research that he had done, and the more I looked, the more I realized he was right. So I was his 10th follower on Instagram, and I just kept messaging him, how can I help? I want to be more involved. I have kids. I want to make sure our community's safe. What can I do? So,
wow. You really had a chord, because all of this runs into our oceans, which we enjoy, especially around the summertime. What do you think was, you guys got success so early. You're 3 months old, and you're already making a difference.
Yeah, that was pretty fast, faster than we thought. But
I think it's, right now, the temperature in our community is people don't feel heard. So we were giving them a voice. We're saying, there's a problem. We can do something about this. And a lot of people resonated with that, saying, yeah, you know what, we do have a concern. We want this to be fixed. We don't know how to do it. And we were giving them a way to get it done.
What about you, Robert?
So I started with a Creek Team right when the Instagram account was made. And I think Brent was at the point where he was getting this pushback from Orange County Public Works, and since he didn't really listen to him a lot because he didn't have a science degree. And I came in because my background is in biochemistry, and I got to look at all the lab testing they do for any monitoring of the creeks, and I found right away that they weren't even monitoring the creeks for any glyphosate levels or herbicide levels. So we actually have no idea if these waterways are even safe.
Wow.
Yeah, and what we found is, if we dug into this deeper, is that the scale is tremendously larger than just one creek. I mean, across Orange County, the Orange County Public Works is spraying well over 200,000 gallons of glyphosate into these creeks and telling nobody.
Wow.
And, they'll test maybe 9 times a year. And so, and we're talking about a tremendous amount of herbicide. The intensity into these creeks is overwhelming, and it does have not only environmental impacts but human impacts as well.
Is this video you guys have shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're just they don't see you, or they don't care, or what?
They don't care. We had a follower who we have 19,000 followers, and people tell us if they see people spraying, so we were notified about this day. So we all ran up there and we confronted them. We said, what are you doing? What are you spraying? And they said, oh, it's glyphosate.
Yeah.
They had no concerns at first.
One of the biggest issues we found is that not only was the county doing this in an egregious fashion, but California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the State Water Board have very explicit permits that would regulate this that were not being enforced at all. So this entire program has been happening without any oversight. And so one of our big focuses now that we've gotten the county to stop is making sure that the state follows through on what they're supposed to do per the permits that OC Public Works is liable for.
You mentioned you're not a scientist, so they weren't listening to you, but you seem to have a background in all this stuff. So has it helped having a team member that knows a little bit about all this?
Well, Robert can look into, one thing I found in politics, they really, really respect degrees. They really care about that. So Robert has it's a master's in drug discovery.
Yeah.
And so he was able to come in and bring, credit to our position by saying that glyphosate in these scenarios and how you're testing is actually invalid. And we actually caught the county presenting falsified test data in front of a town hall.
Wow.
And that was credit to Robert.
And you're not just focusing on OC anymore.
No, we found through our investigation that it's a statewide problem too. Other counties have the same practice. We know like Riverside has a very similar practice that we're going to look into. Port Ventura, it's a statewide problem that we need to look at now.
Yeah. And one thing I'd like to say is that we, for a long time, have treated these creeks and rivers in Southern California like conveyors of trash and pollution, right? Like an issue we cannot fix. I mean, the biggest ecological disaster in Southern California was paving over these riparian habitats and killing their inhabitants. And so we really want to push a reawakening that we can reestablish these riparian habitats, and I give credit to LA because they're doing that with the LA River, albeit slowly, but they're actually doing it. Whereas with Orange County, they won't even acknowledge our presence.
Wow.
Well, you got a big win already.
Yeah, you got
having
people's
them to
attention.
stop.
That's for sure. And I think Creek Team is an example of how individuals can make a difference and make a change. We'd love to see what happens towards the end of the year. 3 months in, you're doing a lot. So come back and visit.
We absolutely will.
We will.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Rams and quarterback Matthew Stafford have agreed to a contract extension. Both sides reportedly agreed to a one-year, $55 million extension. Stafford now has 2 years and up to $105 million left on his current contract. He's coming off an incredible year in which he led the NFL with 4,707 passing yards and a career-high 46 that is passing touchdowns. This year will be Stafford's 18th in the NFL. The biggest sporting event in the world coming to the U.S. in just a few weeks. It's the World Cup right here on Fox, and Amy Gallo has a sneak peek from Media Day in New York.
It's all things soccer here in New York City as Fox Sports counts down to the 2026 World Cup. The 2026 World Cup kicking off in just 3 weeks, and excitement is growing for the largest international competition the U.S. has ever hosted.
This tidal wave of fans that are going to descend upon the U.S. and see a country that's very different from a soccer perspective than it was 32 years ago.
With 48 teams playing 104 matches across 3 countries in 39 days, there's never been a better time to be a fan of the world's most popular sport.
It's going to be a spectacle, and I just can't wait.
USA! USA! And it's an incredible chance to grow the game here in the U.S.
I think America is ready for it. I have felt for a while that this country is like a sleeping giant when it comes to soccer, and it's waking up.
The favorites this year are some of the usual suspects.
So your safe money is on France and Spain, Portugal, and, as much as it pains me to say this, England.
And while Team USA might be an underdog, they've got a chance to make some noise on their own turf.
A home World Cup, there is some magic to it. And if this team can harness that and can go on a roll, things can happen.
The U.S. plays its first match in Los Angeles against Paraguay on June 12th, and you can catch all of the action right here on Fox. In New York, Amy Gallo, Fox News.
And you just heard it right there. The World Cup starts June 11th right here on Fox 11. We'll be here with the pre, post, and between game shows, breaking down the action and so much more. Again, Fox 11 is the place to tune in. Don't miss it.
And the weekend is here. Hello, I'm Maria Quaban. We've got some weather to talk about and some really pleasant weather conditions, actually, as we look ahead. The onshore flow is back. Look at this. We've got the marine layer that is in full force. It's actually quite deep, well, deeper than it has been all week, and it has extended to the inland areas. This onshore flow will be with us through the holiday weekend, and it will get breezy at times, especially over the mountains and deserts in the afternoon, early afternoon into the evening, and then calming down again during the overnight hours. This is the May-gray weather pattern in the onshore flow that will be with us through the weekend. Here's one of our computer models. Most of the clouds actually burning off. It will return. Look at this. Starting at 4 p.m., we'll get that marine layer, that stratus, back into parts of the South Bay and Orange County, spreading inland during the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. And then it will retreat, burn off again, much like today. And some of those clouds lingering the coast, a little stubborn to burn off. And then we'll be back again Sunday night into Monday, and Monday Memorial Day holiday will start out with some really cloudy conditions, as you can see here, even out towards the Inland Empire, but then giving way to some sunshine in the afternoon. How about storms? When can we expect some real rain? We have not had any measurable rain at all this month of May, and it looks like, according to the Weather Prediction Center, as we look at 7 days ahead, no rain here for us, so no rain expected through at least next week, it looks like, sadly. But I will keep a close eye on the computer models and keep you posted in case something changes in the short term and in the long term. In the meantime, if you're headed to the beach today, would you have some sunshine? 66 to 70 degrees on the sand. Those surf heights 2 to 4 feet from Ventura South into Orange County, San Diego. 70 on average for the coast, down to perhaps 69 on Monday with some clouds lingering, like I said. 75 for downtown LA with some partly to mostly sunny skies, and we'll continue this pattern through Monday, although that cloud cover might be just a little bit deeper on Memorial Day Monday, so it'll take a little longer for that to burn off. 85 for the valleys and the Inland Empire. Lots of sunshine today, tomorrow, and then we'll get that cloud cover and temperatures really dropping to just the low 70s on the holiday Monday. 71 in the mountains like Big Bear. The lakes will be nice, sitting up above the stratus and that cloud cover, so there's going to be a lot of sunshine up there in our high elevation. cities and communities. 88 degrees in the high desert, 82 by Monday, and out towards the Coachella Valley, of course, much warmer, upper 90s, but it's not the triple digits that we had earlier this week. 97 on Monday, and then cooling down some more as we get to midweek next week, 91 by Wednesday. All right, I'll send it back to you, Roxy.
All right, Maria, thank you so much. Entertainment sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino. The summer movie box office has officially kicked off in a galaxy far, far away.
What are you waiting for? Hop on.
Disney has a lot riding on The Mandalorian and Grogu, the first Star Wars movie in 8 years. Last night it brought in $12 million in previews. It's too early to predict how big this one will be. Events like the one at the Chinese theater helping bring in fans yesterday. The last Star Wars movie to be released was in 2018, Solo, a Star Wars story. Expectations are high that this can help re-energize the appetite to see the franchise on the big screen. 20 years ago, Will Ferrell scored one of the biggest hits of his career, and it's coming back to theaters.
I want to go fast. There's a big, hairy American winning machine. Shake hands, mate! Shake his back! Shake his belly back!
To commemorate the film's 20th anniversary, Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby, will be back in theaters for 3 days only, June 28th, 30th, and July 1st. All right, we'll be right back. Last hour, we asked you this: which holiday is overhyped? And here are the results. Not much has changed. 63% of you, majority of you say Valentine's Day. Wow, okay, got a couple comments here. Easy in Upland saying Valentine's is not a holiday. Okay. Diana Santa Ana, if someone is single, grieving, recently heartbroken, or in a struggling relationship, the day is a giant reminder of what we don't have. Yeah, I could see that. It was the end of an era in late night television last night. Stephen Colbert hosted his final episode of The Late Show, closing out the entire 33-year franchise.
We have done over 1,800 of these shows. And most nights I come out here and I talk to the audience beforehand. And tonight I thought I'd talk to the audience in here and the audience out there at home. This show, I want you to know and you to know, has been a joy for us to do for you. In fact, we call this show the Joy Machine, all right? Lewis stole it from us, and we are currently in litigation right now.
This show went out with a star-studded episode. The finale had guests like Paul McCartney, Bryan Cranston, Paul Rudd, Ryan Reynolds, and a slew of other celebrities made appearances as well. Jimmy Kimmel actually canceled his show last night as a way of honoring Colbert. That's actually very nice. All right, keep it right here because, there's this. A big moment in TV history happened on a day back in 1992.
I am one of the lucky people in the world. I found something I always wanted to do, and I have enjoyed every single minute of it.
50 million viewers watched Johnny Carson end 3 decades as host of The Tonight Show. At his peak, Carson commanded an incredible 85% audience. We'll see you on GDLA Plus.
Attorneys are always there, and it doesn't cost anything to hire us. Call 800-349-4333 now or go to personalinjury.com.
There's only one place for coast-to-coast soccer coverage. Football HQs every Friday.
Well, It's a Friday feeling.
It sure is, and it's just the two of us.
That's right.
For now. Maria will join us shortly. Welcome to GDLA Plus. First of all, thank you for switching over to Channel 13. And thanks for sticking around. Maybe you haven't started your long holiday yet, so we'll get you caught up with some of the headlines, and then you can be on your way. Looking at some of our top stories, we have this breaking news that came down about an hour ago or so. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her job as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. She advised him of her intention to step down during an Oval Office meeting on Friday. And according to Fox News Digital, she revealed that her husband is battling a rare form of bone cancer. Resignation is effective June 30th.
And for the second time, residents in Garden Grove and Stanton are evacuated because of a chemical leak. It's a precautionary measure by officials after yesterday's storage tank leak at an aerospace company. This morning, firefighters found a broken valve on the tank, so the evacuation order was reissued.
The Los Angeles City Council approved a $15 billion budget with big plans for public safety. This is according to the LA Times. The plan includes hiring 510 new police officers by next summer, bringing the LAPD to 8,555 officers. However, that is still fewer than past years. Council members also gave a small increase to Inside Safe, the mayor's signature program to combat homelessness. Now, speaking of Memorial Day weekend, millions of people are up and at 'em, getting a head start on their weekend plans. One of the busiest airports in the country is right now in Ontario International Airport. Mario Ramirez was in the thick of it.
This holiday weekend kicks off the summer travel season, and it's expected to be a busy one at airports across the country. Ontario International, no exception. You can see the TSA lines. They have been growing throughout the day. Airport officials say they're preparing for more than 2 million passengers this summer from now through Labor Day.
We do have a full flight today. Every seat will be occupied, and we need everybody's cooperation.
Oh my goodness, I got here early, so I thought, and I didn't. So now I'm rushing here. We're about to board now. I didn't get to get my coffee, so got to catch up on the time here.
A solid hour.
A solid hour.
Yeah.
Are you going to make your flight? You're here on time?
Yeah, I'll be all good.
From 4 a.m. to 6:30, it was packed. We went upstairs and there was no line. I said, what's going on? They said, you just missed everybody. So we just breezed through. We love Ontario Airport.
Did you know that it was a holiday weekend?
Not really, no.
We're hearing that a lot.
I'm from Denver, going back home, never even knew it was a holiday. I forgot it was a holiday.
AAA projects a record 45 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles this weekend. 39 million estimated to drive. Nearly 4 million will fly. Gas prices are the highest they've been since summer of 2022, and AAA says the worst road congestion is expected today from 3 to 6 p.m. Even with those higher gas prices and economic pressure, it's not stopping people from taking that weekend getaway. If you are traveling, Friday, today, and Monday are expected to be the busiest. At Ontario International, I'm Mario Ramirez, Fox 11 News.
All right, so that's by air. Now let's talk about the roads and the gas prices, right? A lot of people driving this weekend in LA County. The average for a gallon of regular, $6.18. This time a year ago was $4.81. In Orange County, the average is $6.14. San Bernardino at $6.08. And drivers in Riverside, you are paying $6.04.
Governor Gavin Newsom's office is urging Memorial Day holiday travelers to completely avoid Chevron gas stations this weekend. The governor accuses the energy giant of blatant price gouging, claiming Chevron is charging up to 80 cents more per gallon than unbranded gas stations. Chevron blames California climate policies and the state's record high 70 cents gas tax. More than 95% of Chevron branded retail gas stations in the United States are independently owned and operated. There are a lot of fun options for you and your family to enjoy over the long holiday weekend. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art is once again welcoming music lovers back for its popular Jazz at LACMA series. Tonight, the Brian Schwartz Quintet will take the stage. And if you're in the South Bay this weekend, head over to Fiesta Hermosa. The 3-day festival features a marketplace with more than 250 vendors, a wine garden, food fair, and a carnival. And the WeHo Pride Arts Festival also is happening this weekend. It'll feature 2 packed days of theater, poetry, film, performance art, and workshops. And Santa Anita Park will host the Smorgasburg LA Barbecue Invitational and Festival. The 3-day event will feature some of the best up-and-coming barbecue vendors in Southern California.
Vote centers open tomorrow across Southern California for the June primary. Centers in Riverside, LA, and Orange counties will be open every single day until June 2nd. Hours are from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m. That includes the Memorial Day holiday. For a list of Los Angeles County vote centers, check out our voter guide. That's at foxla.com.
An elderly Escondido man is fighting for his life after being attacked outside his home, and his wife says it's over politics. 69-year-old veteran Carrie Sharon was allegedly attacked by 32-year-old Thomas Butler outside of a home nicknamed the Trump House because of the American flags and pro-Trump memorabilia that decorates the home. Well, that's where police found Sharon with significant injuries. Maria Garcia says her husband was outside working on his truck minutes before he was assaulted. She says he didn't know his attacker, and she believes the attack was provoked because of the couple's political views. Garcia says they've been harassed before by people walking, but never physically.
I want justice, and I want the people thinking different because there's too much hate.
You're saying that your husband was attacked because of the Trump flags that you have on your home?
Yeah. It's political stuff, you know, because I support Trump.
Maria revealed to the California Post that her husband isn't expected to survive. The suspect, Thomas Caleb, is facing an attempted murder charge, and the incident is now under investigation.
Oh my goodness, that's awful.
Terrible.
That is
horrific
terrible.
Story.
The Department of War releases a second batch of allegations, better known as UFO sightings. The first batch made public on May 8th at the order of U.S. President Donald Trump. The files include references to people reporting unexplained green orbs, disks, and fireballs. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth officially calling it something of an unusual spectacle. And the files released Friday on this Friday, which is the 22nd, contain 116 pages of documentations related to sightings reported in a top secret facility in Sandina, which is in New Mexico, from 1948 to 1950. So the question is, as always with these stories,
do you believe
in UFOs?
No, I think it's just space junk or stuff flying off of planes kind of thing, you know?
I don't know. I don't know.
You really think there's like some alien watching us?
I mean, I don't think it looks like E.T., but there's definitely more to this universe than just us.
But I think they're probably tiny specks. Like little cells,
like an ant?
Yeah, not flying around. Like
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think.
But I do know there's a lot going on this weekend. That's what I can tell you. Get ready for the roar of the jets and displays of U.S. military might. It is all part of LA Fleet Week in San Pedro, and it kicks off today. Coco McAvoy has the details.
Hey there, we are on board the USS Essex. This is normally based in San Diego, but it is here now for LA Fleet Week. I am here with Lieutenant Reagan Bracknell. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your service as well with the Navy. And we're overlooking the flight deck right now. Tell us about this area and what we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, as you mentioned, this is the flight deck. So, one of the cool things about an LHD is that, which is the type of ship that we're on, is we're able to support all sorts of kind of evolutions, whether it's amphibious, meaning we're involving Marines, but then we're also able to do a lot of air operations. So, as you see, we've got a helicopter on here right now, but we're also able to support a lot of those rotary wing aircraft and a lot of fixed wing aircraft as well that can land on board the Essex. So, it's pretty crazy. It gets loud and it gets pretty chaotic out here when we're doing flight ops, but as you can see, it's a pretty big area.
That's incredible. And people had the opportunity to really tour this ship for LA Fleet Week, right?
Yes, absolutely. They sure do. We actually bring them up to the flight deck for one of the stops so they're able to kind of get a real feel for how large this ship is and how challenging it is for these aircraft to land on it. It's small for the aircraft. It's cool to bring people up here and get that vantage point.
And talk about what makes LA Fleet Week so special for people to be part of.
Yeah, I think LA Fleet Week is really awesome for both the community and for the sailors. For the sailors, it's a chance to really show folks what we do every day, and we really get the opportunity to take pride in our work and show them around the ship and what our sailors around the world are doing every single day. It's not every day that you get to come on board a naval vessel, that's especially one that's this big. So I think it's a really cool opportunity for the community and for the military to engage with each other. And it's just really such an honor to be here.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant, for your time. And this really is such a cool opportunity that I really recommend people come and enjoy. 4-day event starting today. Of course, the last day will be Memorial Day on Monday, and it is free. I'll send it back to you.
Free is a great word. All right, go check it out. So coming up, Maria will be joining us for some topics. She's going to unleash her opinions.
Unleash?
Unleash.
Whoa. Unleash it. I am coming. I am walking over.
Welcome back. Here in LA, we have plenty of Asian and Asian American athletes to cheer for, but it wasn't always that way. As we celebrate AAPI Heritage Month, I take a look at the rise of AAPI athletes.
Ohtani.
The sensational Shohei.
A majestic home run.
And these Asian aces on the mound.
Yamamoto.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And another strikeout for Sasaki.
The Japanese Dodgers stars get all the glory.
Son Heung-min.
But LA is home to many Asian athletes making a mark in the game.
Son has delivered.
On the court,
Pitches out of the corner. Hachimura. Maya Yoshida, the captain.
of course, stars in the women's game too.
너무 좋은 경험하고 있고요.
These players are making more than just an impact in the game, but are shifting the dynamic in the world of sports.
I don't think we've ever had a time where we've had so much Asian representation across like the diversity of sports in a city, probably in our country's history.
Amazing HQ is a platform which tracks the impact and narrative of AAPI athletes at all levels. And Asian American athletes have had an uphill battle to make it in the world of sports.
A lot of it when it comes to success in sports or opportunities in sports really comes down to the eye test. And that goes along with a lot of the stereotypes that have historically been there amongst the Asian community about not being strong enough, not being tall enough. When there's two athletes of the same potential, but one kind of looks like the mold of someone who's had success before, and one is someone's like, oh, this looks different, and I don't know what this is going to result in. Oftentimes, you're going to pick the first option.
But when one breaks the barrier,
Chan-Ho Park, the first player of Korean ancestry to ever pitch in the major league. There it is, a win for the ages.
and talent and success shines.
Nomo strikes out 8 Rockies.
Great pass to Yao Ming.
Michelle Kwan, 5-time world and 9-time U.S. champion.
There it is, Michael Chang.
The shift in the perception of AAPI athletes has become undeniable.
Jeremy Lin, the sleight of hand, and it puts it in off glass.
Being an Asian athlete is like you always have to, even the results itself have to usually be like 1.5 or 2 times to the extent of a lot of other athletes because we have to prove ourselves to that extent.
Proving themselves in performance, the Asian impact keeps growing, and fans here love cheering on their champs. So good we could celebrate our champions, and you know, there's a lot of culture on display too with these sporting events. With more Japanese fans coming to the games, the rest of the world is seeing tradition on display. So this scene always fascinates people. Take a look at this. Japanese fans staying after the game to pick up trash around their seats at stadiums, while everyone else usually leaves their peanut shells and empty beer cups behind. Japanese fans make sure their area is spotless. This is a common practice and a Japanese cultural belief as a guest in someone's house.
When you're invited to a tea ceremony, traditional tea ceremony, it's a custom for a guest after drinking tea to wipe out the pot where you drank tea, wipe out and return the cup to the host. That means you are invited, we're a guest, so we need to bring the cup back as it was before we came. So that same sentiment are seen in Japanese football soccer supporters in the World Cup games, in which they bring the trash and they bring back home.
So even after World Series Game 2, you saw Yoshinobu Yamamoto cleaning out the dugout right there. People couldn't believe this. This moment went viral. He made sure everything was clean. Then he went to the locker room where his teammates bowed down because he did an amazing job, right? Aww. But I just like the little display of culture. And that's what's great about sports. It's like a melting pot.
Yeah.
Culture and personality.
I have so much respect. I love that when people do that.
Yeah.
They leave the place they get to cleaner even than when they
found
left.
it. It's a Girl Scout rule too.
Just saying. You know? Like, when I go to a hotel, it's cleaner when I leave.
Yeah, you're in a different level.
You wipe it down.
Araxia is on a different level.
They should pay me
right
for staying there.
You a tip.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe I'm Japanese. I just don't know it. It's just embedded in me.
You got Asian in there.
Something.
You know, you got that. Yeah.
I have a question for you. I guess you, because you have a, you'll have a 15-year-old before we do.
Right. I have one. Yeah, he's 15 now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he is.
Yeah, he's 15.
Okay, well then, perfect. Would you leave him home alone?
No.
Well, I'm not done.
Oh.
For an entire weekend.
Oh, heck no.
Okay.
Wait, what?
So a parent on Reddit is posing this question. Okay, so they're trying to plan like an anniversary getaway, right? And they say the teen has stayed home alone for hours at a time before without any problems. However, this is a trip which would mean leaving the 15-year-old alone from like Friday night through Sunday afternoon, and they're going several hours away. The internet is debating whether it's too much freedom or too soon, so have at it.
What do you think?
Yeah.
You know, I was 15 once.
Oh, yeah.
So therefore I say no.
Ended.
Yeah. I say no.
But do you leave Gus alone by himself for a while?
You know, there are moments where I do. And
moments?
I mean, like a couple hours, 3 hours or so, you know. He's old enough now.
Yeah. Right.
But to leave them overnight for 2 nights, 3 nights, I think it's too dangerous. I think, especially boys, I think they're just not as mature. I'm sorry, boys, but this is the truth. And when I was 15, I was making breakfast, I remember, and I walked away for a minute. And I'm telling you, I came back and the pan was on fire. It was on fire.
But that's why you don't cook to this day, right? I'm sorry.
I was panicking. And yes, right, can you imagine that? And so I managed to put it out, and then the whole ceiling was black. And I'm thinking, oh my God, my parents are gonna kill me.
Wait, were you home alone?
Yes, I was home alone. And so I managed to get I don't know, it was like simple green, and I scrubbed the walls and everything, but but my heart, I was so afraid. I was really terrified. So just things like that. I think when you're a teenager, you're just not equipped to handle emergencies. By the grace of God, I survived that. Okay.
Yeah. I think like a few hours at 15 is fine. Yeah. I don't think a trip though.
Yeah, not a weekend.
I don't know. It's not even my own kids I worry about. I just don't trust the world, so.
And there's that.
Well, don't let them out of the house and have your cameras on.
What age will I let them stay home alone?
I might consider it if they were 17, almost 18. Yeah, almost 18.
21.
They'll still live with you.
I wish.
I know.
I know.
We can dream.
Yeah, we can dream. But yeah, I'm thinking 17 to 18 would be
okay. We'll check back in.
Okay. So this is where I read a little bit on the prompter. So let me grab my little tool, and I will.
Do you have to make that announcement every time you read?
I'm narrating for everyone.
She wants to be acknowledged.
Right?
Yeah.
Maria is going to be more than just the weather. I just want everyone to know.
I can actually
read words.
The teleprompter, because we don't have that when we do the weather.
Right.
Okay, so here we go. A feature for parents.com highlights a debate. Is it appropriate to kiss children on the lips? Okay, opponents cite dental hygiene concerns and the importance of early physical boundaries to teach body autonomy, while supporters and child psychologists argue it is an innocent, culturally normal expression of parental affection that reinforces family security. So ultimately, experts are suggesting that there is no universal right answer, advising that parents to, follow your cultural norms while remaining attentive to a child's cues as they grow older.
Aww.
So what do you guys think? What do you think?
My little son kisses me on the lips. Even though I'm going for the cheek, he'll get my lips.
Like accidentally?
No, he's
like on purpose.
Yeah, but it's so cute.
He's so little.
I know. Well,
I think it's so big.
Imagine if he's a teenager doing that.
They won't.
Yeah.
Trust me, they will not. There is a time where they stop doing that on their own. They'll stop wanting to sleep on the bed with you. They'll stop, they'll be a little more modest with their body. So you have to pick up on those cues.
But growing up, I went to my friend's house and her grandma kissed me on the lips.
Oh.
I was traumatized. I thought, is this a cultural thing? Like
What was the culture?
Wow.
They were American, and I'm so, like, why are you kissing me on the lips?
Yeah.
Wait, but intentionally?
Yeah, it's like,
grabbed you and kissed you on the lips.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. If that happened to my kid and she's on a play date, she's never going back there again. I'm just telling you, that's very
She's also
odd.
my neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's odd.
I don't know. I feel like if I see a dad kissing his daughter on the lips and the daughter's like not a baby, it would kind of, I don't know, just weirds me out.
How about a mom and a son?
Your son's still young to me. Like if Gus is kissing you on the lips, I feel like that's weird.
Yeah, and I don't.
He's like taller than you. Okay, it's a little weird.
That is true.
It's a little weird.
It is. I think it is too. I would say no. You know? If you have again, we have to trust our gut. So if you feel like just a little, when in doubt, throw it out.
Like my daughter who's older, right? She's 11, so not little anymore. She doesn't kiss me on the lips.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. How about, daughter and mother?
I just don't do it with my kids.
Yeah,
like accidentally, if it's happened, they get like all like, oh, you know.
Isn't it kind of generational too? Because like my father-in-law would always do a very friendly.
Wow, your father-in-law?
Yeah, I mean he was kind of a flirt, but he wouldn't do it like flirting-wise. He just would do it as like a, mwah, like you would do it to a doggy. Like,
but on your lips.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was intentional.
I don't think. I think it was very innocent.
I think there is a generational thing, though.
Yeah.
I think so. Just knowing some older people in my life.
Yes, we do. Yes.
But let me just tell you something. If my father-in-law did that, like, my husband would lose his mind.
But are you affectionate with your father-in-law? Because we're like,
I mean, define affection.
Like you hug.
Of
and
course,
you hang out
I'll hug like the
strangers.
mailman coming down the street.
But I mean, you know.
Aside from hugging, what else is there? Do I sit on his lap? No.
Does
he carry me? No.
Not in a sexual way, but.
What do you mean? Is
like
there
what way?
Is there a different way to sit on someone?
I think I sat on my father-in-law's.
Like to take a picture, maybe.
I think I said to them like.
Is he like Santa Claus? Like what?
I would joke around that he was my boyfriend. Like we would walk to Costco around together, and he would hold my hand, and then we'd go check out.
He'd hold your hand in public?
Well, he's 90
Kiss
years
your
old.
lips
He was
and
90
you
years
sit on his
old.
lap. Okay.
He was 90, so I would walk around and be like, this is my boyfriend, and it's LA. They think, okay. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. Just for giggles.
What?
For giggles?
Why can't you do other fun things?
Giggles.
It's one of many things.
It's okay. I don't have anything to say after that.
Grogu.
Yeah, The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters.
Now.
Tell you about it. There's Pedro. And the eaglets. Oh my gosh, they're huge.
They kiss each other on the lips. On the beak.
Got weird.
On the beak.
Hey, look, it's Santa Monica.
Look, hey, look, the May Gray.
Yeah, May Gray.
Oh, did you mention that?
I'm gonna pinch you. I'm gonna
Where's the
pinch you.
sun? Where's the sun, Maria? Come on.
Here comes the
coming.
sun. No, that's not the song. You tricked me. The Mandalorian and Grogu is the big movie hitting the theaters this weekend. Amanda sat down with the Mandalorian himself, Pedro Pascal, to talk about the movie and the cute little green guy.
Mandalorian, Amanda Lorian.
Mandalorian.
Yes.
What are you waiting for? Hang on.
The beloved bounty hunter of Grogu's galaxy is back. And this time, they're on the big screen, bringing the heat and the cute. The people are so jealous of your relationship.
To Grogu?
Yes, but like...
He belongs to the world.
He belongs to the world, but how was he on set? Tell us everything.
He's... as professional as can be.
I love it. We don't like a diva.
The easiest. I like loads of divas.
Was Grogu a little bit of a diva?
No. Grogu is not a diva. He is an utter professional and incredibly generous scene partner. You good?
Protect him at all costs, which
Yes.
you do so well. I call him Groguito.
Groguito.
Yes. So I asked John and Dave, I said, in your own partnership, who's the Mandalorian and who's the Grogu?
That is such a great question.
We have the Mandalorian and Grogu, but we also have this dynamic partnership behind the scenes. Who is the Mandalorian in the partnership? Who's Grogu?
He's the Mandalorian.
Is that right? I appreciate that, John. It's very nice of you.
You little cutie patootie.
Maybe I don't
He's
see
the
it that way.
armorer also. He's everything. He's a lot of different
Stop it.
archetypes. But he's Dave has been my Sherpa.
He has the Force, that's for sure. So he's both. 100%.
Yeah. I want to talk about the Pedro California connection.
We got to Orange County when I was like 11, turning 12.
Yeah.
I went to Newport
Memory?
Beach Elementary. I did 2 years at Corona Del Mar High School, and then I got into the performing arts program.
I know.
Called, at the time it was called Orange County High School of the Arts. And it was like on and off campus of Los Alamitos High School, and I loved it.
Yeah.
I had a great time. Got my driver's license, never saw me again.
Yeah, that's right. Cruising up PCH.
Mm-hmm.
What is something you learned from your Orange County Performing Arts High School that you still carry with you today on set?
Everything. I mean, I think what I learned or what I experienced was the joy of it, the joy of your peers and the joy of performing and being on stage and the community part of it. And that more than anything, that's what it can feel like. You know, these are very immediate families that form themselves on sets, on stage experiences, television shows. It's a human community experience.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, high school performing arts experience it saved me.
Oh, you're making me tear up. I know it was. It was a great place.
What else could it do, you know? I mean, it really is a profoundly, profoundly important development of my life that I couldn't live without. That's why I'm here.
I love that. Me too.
There you go.
Okay, we shall await the movie. Question: when you were a kid, why are you laughing at me? Why?
The movie's out now.
Yeah. It's out now?
Yeah.
Oh, last night. That's right. It was last night.
Yeah.
Okay. I was corrected. Here we go. Let me start again. When you were a kid in elementary school, one of the worst punishments was missing recess, right? No playing with friends.
Yeah.
Just sitting on the bench, usually watching the other kids have fun. Well, it turns out it may be bad for kids. New studies are telling teachers to not take away recess from kids as a form of punishment. Ooh. Doctors with the American Academy of Pediatrics say that teachers and parents cannot overlook the benefits in and out of the classroom. That can come from breaks in learning. The study says recess should never be withheld from kids of all ages because that can hurt a child's social skills. Do you agree? Did you?
So what's the punishment if you, if you're not taking recess away?
Well, I think it would be probably stay after school or more homework. That would be a good one.
More homework, gosh.
Did
That's punishing the parent.
Yeah, well, I mean,
did you
parents
ever
gotta
have
teach the kid.
to stand in the corner
No, no, I didn't. But
Face the wall like nothing?
I did not, but I got my hand smacked one time.
Really?
Smacked with a hand or a ruler?
With a ruler.
I have too.
How about a dunce cap?
No, who does
Remember
that?
those days?
I think that's in the movies.
I know.
Like, who does that?
I've never seen it in real life.
Or like write on the chalkboard like over and over.
That's actually a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Detention. Oh, stay after school.
Yeah, detention.
That depends on what age. Yeah. But definitely don't take
Or like detention like on a Saturday, like the Breakfast Club.
Sure. Yeah. So
That's
yeah, when you're
they can
older,
run wild.
that will work, right? Yeah.
We'll check in with Taylor.
Stu, do you recognize his voice? Do you recognize his voice? Stu?
Let me see. It's bringing back trauma from traffic. I don't. Oh, it's Maria.
It's
Maria.
your Aloha sister from another sister.
And it wasn't trauma. I'm just playing. You know, Maria, honestly, when you're not around, sometimes I actually miss you.
You actually miss me sometimes.
Yeah, I do.
Well, you're going to miss her Monday because she's not going to be here. Are you? Are you going to be here?
Me? Of course. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I hear that we're going to have some sort of get-together on the 20th, but I don't want to put our private stuff out on there. But if Maria's
We are? Who's doing the invite?
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
Yeah.
You mean June 20th? Because May 20th is...
Let me check my calendar.
Yes.
Let me look at the calendar. What's going on?
Yeah. You know, You know what? I got something for you, ladies. And talking about dates, I'm going to go ahead and jump right into it. Where are we?
Oh, the pool.
Where are we? Giant pool.
The pool. The pool.
Hanson Dam.
I saw it's the largest pool.
Yeah, reopened.
Yes, it is one of the largest pools. It's the Hanson Dam Aquatic Center. I love that name. And it is actually, things are blowing up out here. Where is Amanda when I need her? Look at that. They're setting up all the big floaty things that they're going to put out there.
Pool.
The pool is going to open up this Memorial Day. It is going to open up officially this Memorial Day, and then it stays open sometime in June. But right now they're doing weekends. I expect, because Maria told me, it's going to be a little cool this weekend. But you know what? With kids, they don't care. They want to go to the pool. I have a feeling it's going to be popping out here. And when you go to a public pool like this and they've got a slide, oh, yeah, that's where all the fun is going to be. You know, I was looking on their website, and it's funny because they talk about the pool, and they have like this little section about rules about this, that, and the other thing. But when it comes to the slide, oh my gosh, it is like almost a page and a half of you can't do this, you can't do that. You have to be 7 years old. You have to be 48 inches. You have to be less than 300 pounds. You can't jump off of it, oddly enough. Have to sit down. And you know what? No thongs. So that one, I'm out. But also, when they open up the Hanson Dam, they're also going to open up this as well. They have canoeing classes to teach you to canoe. And, of course, they got the ducks out here. When we were looking here earlier, I was like, check out those lashes. I wonder where she gets those done. Look at those. Woo! Those are popping. At any rate, the Hanson Dam definitely going to be opening up this weekend. Memorial Day, it's not the official start of summer, but it is going to be open for the weekends. And then after that, they're going to, sometime in June, it's going to be open every day. So get ready, kids. It's time to go swimming.
Can I just tell you something? You said kids don't care if it's cold. They just want to go in the water. Not all kids.
Right.
Let me tell you something. No. If it doesn't feel like jacuzzi water, my kids will not go into a pool. I'm not even kidding. They want like jacuzzi
bath water.
Yes. And Maria here has a little spool. And it's been a while since we've come over.
You need to come over again. Sandra,
but she heats it
too.
Perfectly. So thank you for that.
It's 92.
I love it.
Wow. 92 degrees.
Wow. Okay.
So her kids had no problem going to the pool.
No wonder you don't take a dip.
I don't think this one's heated. I don't.
You don't?
This one's probably not heated.
Probably not.
But you know, when I was a kid, I didn't. I honestly, I was that kid, and I had a house with a pool. And whenever the kids not my children, oddly enough, but whenever like the other kids showed up, first thing, it could be the winter time. There could be a thin layer of ice, and they'd ask.
They just run in.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah, they love the pool. But the Hanson Dam, I mean, this is a pretty awesome thing, and we've flown over it in the summertime, especially when we have those heat waves. It is really popping here. This place gets really popular and full. And I didn't even mention it. They actually have a carousel out here, too. I don't know if we can actually see. Oh, yeah, we're in a good spot. They got a carousel out here, too. The carousel's been open. Take a look at that. Right there. And it's actually, well, it's not moving right now, but it is definitely there. Oh, it does cost something to come here. I forgot about that. Let me throw that in real quick. It's $1 for kids. I think it's $5 for adults. And for me, for seniors, that's 50 and over. I fall in that. You ladies, you're going to have to pay full price. I think I get in for $1 as well. But anyways, the summertime.
That's a great deal.
Here.
What can you get for $1 these days?
And there's going to be a FIFA Fan Fest at the Hanson Dam this summer. So, yeah, check it out. Thank you, Stu.
Check it out.
Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend. Happy Aloha Friday.
You too.
He's going to do the shaka. I bet you can.
He can't see you. Yeah. It's okay.
There, did you just do it? He just did it.
Can you see us?
Shaka.
Do a shaka. Yeah.
What?
Do a shaka.
Yeah. Shaka. Shaka. What's the shaka? What?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Okay. No, not that. There you go. That's it.
There you go. The FIFA World Cup is about to turn LA into the center of the sports world, with millions of eyes on the city and thousands of fans making their plans. In less than 3 weeks, LA will host 8 World Cup matches, including Team USA's opening match. Preparations go way beyond the beautiful game, though. City leaders are preparing for a massive global spotlight with fan festivals, watch parties, tourism events, and thousands of visitors from all across the world to come here to the Southland. So now, LA Tourism President and CEO Adam Burke is here to tell us all about what we can expect. It's going to be such a busy time. Welcome.
Thanks, Sandra. It's great to see you again.
It's so good to see you. I know you've been busy, and a lot of people are going to be coming to this party, and you're basically the host, right? So
one of many hosts. This is really a whole community partnership to make this happen. And one thing I think is worth mentioning, we're the nonprofit that a lot of Angelenos don't know exists here in LA. And you know, from our past conversations, we have the privilege of serving as the official tourism promotion organization for the city of LA. And I think what a lot of people need to realize is it's these mega events, but it's also what tourism does year round.
Yeah.
There are over 538,000 Angelenos working in tourism-related careers. What's amazing is visitors generate over $118 million a day for our local business community. So when you think about something like World Cup, I mean, this is going to really cement LA's position as the global capital of sports.
Yeah, what are you expecting in terms of the surge of people? We're expecting millions of people to come to the United States, and a chunk of that to LA because we are hosting 8 games. What are you expecting to see?
What's remarkable about it is it's not just the people attending the 8 matches, including the opening match of the U.S. men's national team on June 12th, but it is literally the billions of people watching the match around the world. So what we're expecting is not just the people coming for the matches themselves, but hundreds of thousands of people will come to LA. And because they don't know where their team's going to play until they move through the tournament, we have a 39-day activation calendar that we're going to talk about, because we want people to get out and explore everything that our incredible community has to offer, and also Angelenos themselves. This is a huge celebratory moment for all of us.
Yeah, and we're celebrating with dollar signs, right? Because a lot of small businesses, hotels, the tourism industry is relying on all these visitors to come give us a little boost here. We have heard reports, though, that hotel bookings aren't as robust as anticipated. What can you say about that?
I think the data is a little bit misleading because this is an unprecedented tournament. I think, you know, first of all, the U.S. doesn't know what's going to hit it because, you know, the beautiful game, we have 104 matches, 48 teams. That is the largest single sport event in history. So right now, the latest projections from Epsilon Economics suggest it's going to be over $1 billion of economic impact for our community. But the reason I think the hotel bookings are a little bit deceptive, people don't know where to book yet, because if you're following, let's say, the Korean national team, until you get to the round of 32 in the quarterfinals, you don't know where they're going to be playing. So I think what we've seen is spikes every time people know how the schedule solidifies. Until about 3 weeks ago, we didn't even know what teams were going to be in 2 of our first 3 matches because they had to come through a pool play in Europe. And every time that's solidified, we've seen a spike in bookings. So I think when the tale is told after the event, we're going to find it was a big win for LA.
Of course, and now bookings are different. There's Airbnb options, other places that people are searching out to find an experience rather than maybe just a hotel. There's other options out there. So I get it. The money's going to flow in regardless. But which industries are going to benefit the most from all of these visitors, do you think?
Honestly, my answer is all of them, because the one thing we've done as a tourism board is we're leveraging all of these incredible milestone moments. I mean, LA has kind of emerged as the sporting capital of the world. So every time we have these leading up from World Cup to the Olympic Games, what we're doing is getting people out to every region of LA. So it's small businesses. You think about Taylor Swift when she was here, right? We saw a huge boom in things like arts and crafts stores because everyone was making friendship bracelets. So I think everything from retail and shopping to culinary to arts and culture to, you know, our venues who are going to be hosting not just World Cup but other events, we expect to see that economic impact across the entire region.
I know a lot of small businesses and restaurants, mom and pop restaurants, are really excited because this is game-changing, life-changing for them. And there's food for everyone here. No matter which team, country you're cheering for, there's something for everybody.
I think that's the reason why LA is the absolute perfect host for World Cup. And I actually just got back from a major international trade show, and one of the things I'm thrilled to share is there is still such huge international interest in Los Angeles. And so you're exactly right. Our culinary community, I think we've got the best food scene on the planet, because with Angelinos coming from 140 different countries, you can find everything under the sun right here in LA.
And you mentioned that point about tourism in general, and it's kind of been down. According to the latest report from Visit California, it was surprising to me to know that the numbers have fallen about 6.4% year over year. We don't feel it living here, right? Because we always think like, wow, LA is packed with people. You could just tell on the 405. So in terms of that, was that a big concern? And will this make up now for some of that downfall we've seen?
This, along with several other things, will really help compensate for that. First of all, I think you have to look at the scale, because I saw the same Visit California study, and what they were talking about was the relative growth in San Francisco. So they were talking about roughly $9 billion of economic activity. Well, we're talking about $40 billion of economic activity. So 1 percentage point here is a much larger number. So while we did see some fall off in some of the international markets, we've been able to pivot pretty effectively to the markets that are strong performers. Like Korea is going to be incredibly strong, Japan, the UK, Australia. So we're still very confident that because of events like World Cup, we'll be able to make up that difference over the course of the year.
I know this is going to last 39 days,
Yep.
so we're going to be very busy with welcoming visitors, but what will the impact be? And hopefully there'll be a lasting impact for a lot of these businesses and tourism after the World Cup is over.
I think that's the best thing about all these major sporting events, is really we have to focus on the legacy piece. We want these games to be for every Angelino. And what I love about it is if you think about these major events, you have people coming to Los Angeles who maybe either haven't been here ever, or who maybe they haven't been here in a while. And I think we take for granted how rapidly LA is changing and evolving. So if someone hasn't been here in 5 years, they're going to see a completely different Los Angeles. So when I look at it, really the tale of this legacy for the next decade is we're going to see a huge lift in tourism for people who are going to come to LA and go, wow, you know, I didn't know about things like Fast and Furious at Universal Studios Hollywood. I didn't know about the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art and all the attractions that are coming to LA. So I think what it's going to do is really elevate our global profile.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always talk about mountain to the sea, right? We have something for every taste. And you put together a fan guide. I want to show it here because this is an easy to use guide for people who are visiting for the 39 days, all the activities you have in store. So how does it play out? What can people find if they go onto this fan guide? So the goal was, and I give huge credit to our partners at the LA Sports and Entertainment Commission, because we worked hand in glove with them. This is for locals as much as it is for visitors. So this shows you over the 39 days, there's everything from the Fan Fest at the LA Memorial Coliseum from January 11 to 14. But then we also have 10 fan zones spread across every region of LA, from heart of the city, Union Station, to Venice, to Farmers Market. We really want to encourage Angelinos to get out and experience their own community. So you can find culinary activations, music activations, what you can do at all of these fan zones. This is the perfect place, and it's translated into over a dozen languages, so that no matter what language you speak, you'll be able to figure out where you can do things throughout the entire 39 days of the tournament. And easy to see geographically, too, where we're talking about in terms of travel and what events are going on in your neighborhood as well. You're making this guide so easy for everyone to access all the events going on here. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a big party. Blast. I love it. I can't wait for it to start, and it's just less than 3 weeks. All right, Annenberg, thank you so much. Great to see you. I know you're super busy, and I'm going to have fun making my plans through this. I look forward to seeing you at a match, hopefully. Oh, we'll see. I'll be cheering them on for sure. Thank you so much.
They said that these companies needed to find the cheapest labor in the world. And when that stuff went overseas, it was never coming back. Well, Donald Trump is just too damn smart to listen to that. He understood the greatest economy with the greatest people and the greatest consumers in the world are right here in America. And if the world wants access to our great economy, then they're going to have to build right here in America. President Trump said Americans are going to manufacture again. He said companies are going to come and they're going to hire here. They're going to invest here and they're going to build here in the United States and, of course, right here in New York. And that's exactly what's happening. Businesses are investing in America again, and they're investing in New York. A couple of months ago, I went upstate to where Micron announced a $100 billion memory factory in New York. It's 10 football fields long, 4 of them, 10 football fields long each, 50,000 jobs, and that's only here because of Donald Trump as president. Global Foundries, another company, $16 billion in New York. That's manufacturing here. How about this one? General Motors. General Motors is going to build an engine factory in the great state of New York. Can you imagine that? General Motors building in New York. So I'm proud to say these are all deals that I led, that the Commerce Department led. These investments come from a Republican administration, an administration led by Donald Trump, with Mike Lawler, your representative, right by his side fighting for you. So companies now ask, where is the client? Where are the customers? And they are here in America. Our economy is the greatest economy in the world. It is $30 trillion economy. That's us spending money, that's us building, that's us growing. That's why the world wants to be here. And so that's why the world is building here. So when the president says this is the hottest country in the world, he's darn right. So what does our administration say? It says if you want to sell in America and if you want to be successful in America, you darn well better build it in America. That's the message that Donald Trump tells every CEO. It's resounding in every boardroom, in every foreign government in the world. Oh, he's coming. You know he's coming. So when President Trump says America first, when President Trump says America first, he means America you build here, America competes here, our workers come first. The Department of Commerce, we execute his plan. We open markets for American companies. We fight for American exporters. We bring investment into the United States in size that's never been imagined. And our results are historic. Last year, the Commerce Department brought in $244 billion of orders. That's foreign people buying our goods so we can export to them and have great American jobs. That's America winning around the world. That's American workers filling orders. That's American products beating the pants off of foreign competition. Check that helicopter out right there. I've been on Marine One, and it's cool, okay? There's no other way to say it. It's just cool. And all this is happening because Donald Trump has shown the world that the United States is a manufacturing powerhouse again. But you don't have to take my word for it. We have record after record of exports, and our economy is growing and growing and growing. So, what happens when we fight for you every day? You have patriots like Congressman Mike Lawler fighting for you in Washington. Working together, President Trump and Congressman Mike Lawler brought you the largest tax cut in American history. Mike Lawler fought for New York, and he delivered. He made sure your state and local taxes, what we call SALT, were deductible against your federal taxes. That cut your taxes between 25 and 40%. And that's Mike Lawler fighting for you, because you got to remember.
All right, Secretary Lutnick getting the crowd ready for President Trump out in New York. We also see Marine One has just landed, so his remarks are coming up here in just a little bit. We will be keeping an eye on the event for you, and as soon as it gets going, we will bring that to you back out to New York. But from New York, let's go out to California. Of course, we have been watching this L.A. mayoral race, and it has been heating up, but so has the talk for Hollywood to once again really start producing those films, you know, in Hollywood. They have in the past they've been shying away from some of the scenes because it gets so expensive with fees and permits. We want to now go out to Fox Business's Kelly Saberi joining us here with the latest on how these two politicians are going to maybe try to make it work.
Yeah, so we're here at Griffith Observatory. This is one of Los Angeles' most iconic locations, and until recently, one of the most expensive to shoot a project at. It used to cost $100,000 per day. That was until our current mayor, Karen Bass, decided to cut that down to $30,000 per day. She says that she wants to make sure Hollywood stays here at home, but it's also one of her top campaign priorities for re-election. She's also made some other changes to help keep the industry here, and that includes slashing the price for parking lots. This is something that they need in the industry. These are city-owned parking lots that we're talking about, and also appointing a film czar in City Hall. This is a liaison that works between production and all the different departments in City Hall. But production workers we spoke to say they want the mayor to take this farther. Now let's talk about Bass's main opponents. We have Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman, who have also made Hollywood's runaway productions a top priority. They say it's personal. Pratt is a former reality TV star. He's been sharing his experiences from working in that industry, Raman is also married to a screenwriter. Pratt said he'll slash fees in half and work to subsidize Film LA. This is the group that's in charge of all permits in the city. Raman says she'd like to lower and eliminate fees for indie and mid-sized projects. Shoot days in Los Angeles are down compared to the first quarter of 2025. Encouragingly, though, they're up from the fourth quarter of last year by 11%. Stay in LA is an advocacy group that says just because Los Angeles is the birthplace of film, that doesn't mean the industry should be overlooked. So this is something they're working on too. They're not endorsing any particular candidate at this time, though. Now, something to keep in mind is statewide, the industry got a little bit of help. That was when lawmakers decided last year to double the incentive program for those in the industry. Back to you.
And Kelly, this still seems like it goes beyond just, having a film in Hollywood and having the images come from Southern California. But it seems like it would help out so many of the service industries as well to have more of these films here. We're talking like catering and those types of support things.
Yeah, I mean, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are affected by the industry moving out of Los Angeles and California in general. And that's something that a lot of the people that we spoke to are concerned about. This isn't just the glitz and glamour of those high-end jobs and the names that you know, but the people who do the other work that aren't just the directors and the actors and actresses.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Kelly, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate the updates from Fox Business. You have a great weekend. We appreciate it as always. All right, everyone, we are just moments away from President Trump. As soon as that gets going, we will bring you out to New York. But we want to stick with Los Angeles right now and the race that continues to heat up. Fox 11 with a breakdown of where we're at right now in the race.
Push.
The rent.
Spencer Pratt Wednesday holding a campaign block party in South LA. Now less than 2 weeks before Election Day.
I'm like too pumped every day now because, you know, you hug these people and they hold your hand. They're like, thank God for somebody who's fighting these people.
Great to meet you. Fox 11 getting an exclusive one-on-one interview with Pratt moments after he met with supporters. How are you feeling?
Great, because I believe I'm going to win in 13 days.
Get the South Central, get the South Central.
Some here live nearby. What do you think about Spencer Pratt?
Honestly, I hope he wins. Told him I'll study him ever since I heard about him and I like what he was doing.
Others drove across LA to see him.
I like that he's not a polished politician. I feel that he's the man for the job.
My party is Angry Angelino. That's it. I am just a local person that wants our local leadership fixed.
Spencer Pratt, who...
At the same time, the city's other top mayoral candidates held a forum.
The plan makes no sense.
Mayor Karen Bass taking aim at Pratt amid disagreements over homeless policy, while he's responding to her, advocating to give the homeless free dental care. Do you support giving the homeless people new teeth?
You know, once I get them mandatory treatment and get them health and get them ready to get back in society, of course people need teeth. Is that a priority right now? No, what we need to give them is no more needles.
Here because I love Los Angeles.
Councilwoman Nithya Raman also in the forum.
We can plan for more beautiful housing.
Last week, she pushed a motion to study restrictions on backyard barbecues during red flag weather days. Notably, Pratt's event Wednesday featured a barbecue. The barbecue was intentional tonight.
I mean, I added the barbecue. There was just going to be a taco truck and an ice cream truck. We're never going to ban barbecues. We're going to ban vagrant fires.
Pratt lost his home in the Palisades fire and joined the race for mayor.
This is where I live.
Since then, his campaign ads and AI videos made by supporters have gone viral, giving him national attention. You enjoying the AI that you're seeing?
Some of them are great. Some of them, the messaging obviously is a little extreme. You know, I try not to talk about Newsom anymore, even though he's the cause also in his state parks to burn my town down. But I'm laser focused on the city that's failing us.
The mayoral hopeful not giving a speech Wednesday, but instead shaking hands and taking pictures, with now less than 2 weeks before the election. If this is the one thing that they hear from you before the election, what would you want to tell them?
I'm going to make LA safe. LA is not safe right now.
Again, less than 2 weeks now before Election Day. I welcome any of the top candidates for mayor to have a one-on-one interview. Reporting in South LA, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
All right, Matthew, thanks so much for that breakdown of where we're at right now in the race. And take a look at what the California Post put out as saying this was the cover. The Post endorsed Spencer Pratt for mayor, saying a chance to fix the city. And you could see right there, vote for common Spence. A little play on words right there for the Post. But again, endorsing Spencer Pratt. So we are getting close, of course, to that mayoral race. And again, we will be breaking it all down for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But from L.A. back out to New York, live here for you. We are moments away from seeing President Trump. We just saw the Secretary Lutnick, and it looks like more of his staff members. They're just going to look at that podium one more time. So it looks like we have a little bit of time to take a 2-minute break. Let's slide one in, and then we'll get you back out to this big moment where we'll see President Trump in. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on this Friday edition, continuing to bring you some of the day's biggest top stories, headlines, and, of course, those live feeds that you can expect right here on Live Now. We are moments away out in New York. You can see the crowd ready for President Trump to come out, make and deliver some remarks here in a very, very competitive district in New York, as this is a toss-up congressional district where it will again test his midterm message on the economy, even as voters largely disapprove of his stewardship of it. President Trump traveled to the Hudson Valley area to appear with Republican Representative Mike Lawler, who is up for re-election in what will be one of the most closely watched House races this November. The focus on the event is to promote the tax law Trump signed last year, particularly the quadrupling of the deduction for state and local taxes, which is critical in a high-tax state like New York. The White House has been looking for more opportunities to highlight Trump's economic accomplishments as his approval rating on the economy has slumped. And still a lot of factors that voters are going to be looking at going and heading into the midterms is the price of gas, is the price of groceries, where it seems like every week just gets a little bit higher. So they are going to be weighing those different avenues of the economy right now. And we're taking a little bit closer look of when we will see the president come out here to talk about the economy and also talk about Representative Mike Lawler. About 1/3 of U.S. adults approve of how Trump is handling the economy, according to a new AP poll, down slightly from 40% at the start of Trump's second term. Trump has promised to bring prices down, but gasoline prices have surged this year due to the war in Iran. Lawler is just one of 3 House Republicans who represented a district won by Democrat presidential candidate Kamala Harris back in 2024. Unlike the other 2, retiring Nebraska Representative Don Bacon and Pennsylvania Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, who has been a critic of Trump policies, Lawler has chosen to embrace the polarized president in hopes of not alienating Republican voters who support the party's leader. So, again, we are just moments away here from President Trump to be coming. And you can see Secret Service members continuing to just walk the line right here of Hudson Valley, where this district is for Representative Mike Lawler, and trying to surge the crowd, surge the voters, and get ready for this speech that will be talking about the economy. You see the sign there, fighting for American workers. And the crowd has their phones up, are ready to go here when we hear the moment. Of course, you'll see the audio and everything else. But again, we are just in a holding pattern right now. President Trump has also established a SALT cap in 2017 through his Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts. Last year, law expanded the SALT deduction to $40,000 from $10,000 after negotiations with Republicans, including Lawler, whose district has high local taxes. The law also raised the average tax refund for New Yorkers to more than $3,800, according to data provided by the White House. Trump formally endorsed Lawler for re-election last year, although it came at a time when the congressman was publicly mulling a run for governor of New York. The endorsement was viewed as a way to keep Lawler in a re-election bid rather than opening up a competitive House seat. 5 Democrats are vying for the party's nomination to compete against Lawler in the general election. The Democratic primary is June 23rd. National Republican Congressional Committee Chairman Richard Hudson disputed facts earlier, saying that where they're talking about the voting, saying nothing says I don't understand my district quite like Mike Lawler bringing Donald Trump to New York 17 to tout a disastrous economy that's crushing working families at every turn. That's a spokesperson for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. But the National Republican Congressional Committee Chairman Richard Hudson disputed that, arguing that Trump's Friday appearance will absolutely help. His poll numbers are pretty good in Lawler's district, said Hudson, a North Carolina congressman. The NRCC has been polling in competitive districts, and Hudson said the president's numbers are good. Democratic numbers are tanking. The remarks are in an official White House event and not a campaign one, said Lawler, who noted that more than 5,000 people registered to attend in the first 12 hours that a sign-up was available here. So again, we are keeping an eye on this look here for President Trump, moments away out in New York. And you can see the crowd continuing to wait as well for the president to come out, no doubt talk about the economy, but also probably address the Middle East, talk about Iran and other factors as well that we have seen him talk about in the past. And President Trump will, and of course, these events go anywhere from, 50 minutes to maybe even 90 minutes sometime. What is the norm here? That when President Trump comes to an event like this, there's a lot of pictures being taken in the background. President Trump might also be doing an interview with local media. Sometimes that does happen, and then there's a lot of backstage photos, videos being taken of the president, where some top officials in the New York area want those pictures as well. Here's an update from the New York Post. Donald Trump Jr. officially married ahead of his Bahamas wedding this weekend. President Trump put out a statement earlier saying that while he loves his son, he loves his country as well, and says that he will not be able to attend the ceremonial wedding out in the Bahamas this weekend. He is going to stay put at the White House. Earlier this week, he was planning to head to New Jersey after this event and stay at his Bedminster Club. But plans did change within the last 24 to 36 hours, and now the president will go back to the White House after this event here. All right. It looks like we do have just a little bit more time here. So what we'll try to do is get another 2-minute break in while we wait for the president to come out. Stay right here with us. More to come. welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on. We are moments away from President Trump out in New York. The crowd is ready for his remarks here. And we just also want to pass along that President Trump putting out a statement on what he plans to be doing this weekend and also celebrating his son, Don Jr. Earlier today, he put this out saying, while I very much wanted to be with my son, Don Jr., and the newest member of the Trump family, his soon-to-be wife, circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the United States of America do not allow me to do so. I feel it is important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. Congratulations, President Donald J. Trump there. So again, President will not be going to the Bahamas this weekend, nor will he be going to Bedminster, New Jersey. He is going to be staying at the White House here. And you can see the crowd continues to wait here for the president, just moments away as well. Another news that we were following for you today, it was big news as Tulsi Gabbard said that she is stepping down. She put out this statement on X saying, today with great humility and sincere appreciation, I share the below letter with President Trump. It has been a profound honor to serve the American people as the Director of National Intelligence. And she's stepping down because her husband has a rare form of bone cancer. And again, she is stepping down to be with family. President Trump responding, unfortunately, after having done a great job, Tulsi Gabbard will be leaving the administration on June 30th. Her wonderful husband, Abraham, has been recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer, and she rightfully wants to be with him, bringing him back to good health as they currently fight a tough battle together. I have no doubt he will soon be better than ever. Tulsi has done an incredible job, and we will miss her. Her highly respected Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas, will serve as acting director of the National Intelligence there. So that was some big news that we were following the last couple of hours, all here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you always the very latest developments as they happen. I want to show you the Dow right now as we are about 30 minutes left in the trading day. Got up green today, 360 points. Could close at another high and record Dow finish, something that President Trump will no doubt talk about during his economic speech here on taxes as well as the economy. We are seeing now more Secret Service members come and take their positions here. All right, everyone, we are going to wait for President Trump. Of course, you'll see it all here on Live Now from Fox, but what we'll do, take another 2-minute break. And And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We are moments away from President Trump to be coming out in New York to speak on the economy as well as taxes. So we'll be breaking that all down for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, what we want to do is show you the latest updates on where we're at right now in the negotiations with Iran. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thanks very much. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Europe Friday, telling leaders the world needs to look for a plan B in the fight with Iran.
We have to start thinking about what do we do if a few weeks from now Iran decides we don't care, we're going to keep the straits closed, we're going to sink any ship that doesn't listen to us or doesn't pay us.
Iran has effectively kept the Strait of Hormuz closed for months, locking up about 20% of the world's oil. Iran wants to create a toll system where commercial ships pay to travel the international waterway.
The last thing we want is for Iran to be able to extort the region and the rest of the world by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, international transit there with a chokehold on the global economy and taking in money that they can use to fund their weapons programs as well as their proxy terrorists in the region.
President Trump's other non-negotiable is demanding Iran give up its nuclear ambitions. And he wants to remove its highly enriched uranium altogether.
Look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic.
Trump says with serious negotiations underway, he's holding off on new military strikes for now.
I think this next wave of hits is going to be like nothing we've ever seen before, because quite frankly, Trump is going to be pissed. He's pissed, and he's going to hit them hard so that they never forget.
A recent Fox poll shows that while 65% of Americans believe the U.S. is winning the war, 60% of the country still opposes it. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thanks so much for those updates. And again, we are taking a look here in New York. President Trump just moments away from speaking to the crowd. And what we want to do now is showcase earlier today, Representative Mike Lawler at this event speaking to the crowd. And he is no doubt in a very, very tight district, but speaking at this rally/speech ahead of the president. I want to show you those remarks as we wait for the president.
It was the single largest tax cut in the entire bill. And in my district, over 90% of my constituents were able to fully deduct their state and local taxes. Even media outlets from the left, like Bloomberg News, and the right, like the Wall Street Journal, have both said the SALT cap increase was responsible for providing massive tax cuts for most New Yorkers this year. And I want to thank President Trump for delivering on his promise to lift the cap on SALT and deliver the largest tax cut in American history. Folks, together, under President Trump's leadership, we passed a true working families tax cut, providing real relief to people across the Hudson Valley, expanding the child tax credit to $2,200 per child, helping 88,000 local families. We eliminated taxes on tips and overtime, resulting in a $3,350 tax cut for workers. We allowed eligible small business owners to deduct up to 20% of their business income, and we allow for 100% expensing for new factories, factory improvements, equipment, and research and development. We created a new $6,000 tax deduction to offset Social Security taxes for nearly all Hudson Valley seniors. And we made the lower tax rates permanent. We doubled the standard deduction, and we eliminated the estate tax on family farms. All told, the average family in this district received a tax cut well over $4,000 this year, and for many, much, much more. Now, we all know there is more work to be done, especially here in New York. And when it comes to the issue of affordability, from housing to healthcare to energy, we are getting crushed under Kathy Hochul's disastrous governorship. And I am fighting every day on these issues and pushing back against the lunacy here in New York State. Mayor Mamdani is as arrogant as advertised, pushing property, income, and business tax hikes, more rent regulations, and bigger government. Hochul's bloated budgets, energy mandates, and congestion pricing policies have given us among the highest taxes in the country, and utility prices have soared by 58% over the last 6 years. And that's why I called for Indian Point to be rebuilt and reopened. The only way we are going to lower energy costs is by ditching phony mandates in favor of more supply right here in New York. And as Bruce said, drill, baby, drill. This isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan has figured it out, and they are reopening Palisades nuclear power plant. Why can't Kathy Hochul? We all know the answer. Kathy Hochul is the worst governor in America, and it's not even close.
All right, everyone, you were watching live now from Fox. That was Representative Mike Lawler. But right now, we are going to go out to live right here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase. Let's listen in.
Pleasure to be here. I got to start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love it if y'all would follow with me. Go Big Blue, go Big Blue, go Big Blue, go Big Blue. What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. They said the weather was going to hold us back. No weather's holding us back. We wouldn't have missed this. This is great. And I want to thank Jackson Dart. This is going to be a future Hall of Famer in my book. Thank you. Thank you, Jackson. Great. Right. A lot of talent. And a very special hello to a place that I really do love. It's called New York. We got to straighten this place out. But I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with the proud, hardworking patriots of, did you ever hear of Rockland County? Rockland County? So I was born and raised in New York State, and my heart has always been here. I love this place, so we got to straighten it out. We got to get it back. We got to get it back. We're not going to let this happen. And we're sending a lot of money your way. We're going to get it back, but we need talent. That's why we have some of the people that you see right here. We have a lot of talent, a lot of political talent. From the beginning, this was a symbol of American excellence and American grit, and really the American dream. And New Yorkers are people who built Wall Street into the world's financial capital, who turned Broadway into the heart of American culture and entertainment, who dug the Erie Canal. You know what the Erie Canal is, big stuff. And launched 1,000 innovations that built really the middle class of our country. You really built the country. Unfortunately, in recent years, this state's been held back by bad policies, bad politicians, and foolish radical left idiocy. It's crazy what's going on. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything we can to bring New York back in bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And I'll introduce him in a second, but you have a guy named Bruce Blakeman. Let me just say, he's a friend of mine for a long time. He won in landslides in Nassau County. If you know Nassau County, it's all Democrat. He's a Republican, and he won in landslides. And he just had the biggest election in the history of Nassau County as a Republican. And he's very conservative, by the way. I don't want to scare you. He's right here, Bruce. I'm going to introduce you in a second. You better get ready, Bruce. He's going to win. He's going to win. You know, when he ran years ago, he ran in Nassau. They said, you got to be kidding. It doesn't happen. No Republican wins in Nassau. And he ran and he won. And you better watch yourself. You better watch yourself, Kathy. You got a race. Got a big race. So we're going to start turning New York around. I'm going to work with Bruce. I'm going to work with the whole group in New York. We're going to work with Mike. Mike Lawler's fantastic. He's fantastic. He is a fantastic. I call him Mr. Salt. He didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He was driving us crazy. We have to get salt. We have to get salt back. And he got it back. And he's a terrific guy. And you're lucky to have him. I'll tell you, he loves you. He loves this place. Mike, great, Mike. It's terrible things are happening. However, we have to take the good with the bad. Companies are leaving. Rich people are leaving. People that pay a lot of money. All these rich companies, big, fat, beautiful companies, they have jobs and they have money, and they're leaving, and nobody's stopping them from leaving. New York can never, if we don't stop this, and I'm for you, and I'm helping you in Washington much more than I'm supposed to be helping you, believe me, New York can never be the same if it's losing its tax base, and the people that pay 85% of the taxes are leaving. And we're taking in illegal immigrants. Oh, they're wonderful people and all, but they're not paying any tax. They're taking your money. They're taking your money. The people that pay 85 to 90% of your taxes are leaving. And you know, when they go, they never come back. They never come back. Nobody calls them. Nobody does anything. Nobody talks to them. Nobody says, please don't leave. We'll give you a tax rebate. We'll do anything. Don't leave. But they're leaving. They're going to Florida. They're going to Tennessee. They're going to Texas. They're going to South Carolina, North Carolina. They're going all over the place, but they're leaving, and we can't let it happen. It's a great place. We can't. Bruce will stop it. Mike will stop it. They're all going to stop it. They'll bring them back. On top of that, the streets are dirty. The crime is out of control. We have a family here that's so incredible. Really, two families. We have somebody else. We're giving them the Presidential Medal of Freedom, something we've never done for this reason, but the mother is here of a great young man, and we're going to give him a very special honor. The illegal aliens are all over the place. The people are getting shot left and right. The elections are rigged. They don't have voter ID. They don't have proof of citizenship. Think of it. We want to get the Save America Act passed now. Think of the Save America Day. It's voter ID. Who's against voter ID? You ever see the Democrat National Convention? I call it the Democrat. They're Democrat. But you ever see it? They have cards on them for the Democrat National Convention, cards like bigger than your chest. Name, address, everything you want to know about a person. They might even have a social security number on there. That's to get into their convention. But for voting, you're allowed to go in, right? It's horrible. So it's voter ID, it's proof, a little thing called proof of citizenship, and it's mail-in voting is a disaster. If you have military, if you're going to be away, if you're not feeling well, if you're in any way disabled, absolutely we have it. We'll be very generous, but generally you got to go and vote. Otherwise, it's a rigged system. And that, in a nutshell, is the Save America Act. Not very complicated. Think of it, voter ID. Think of it, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and mail-in ballots are gone except if you need it. Now, I added two best ofs. No men playing in women's sports. Has nothing to do with it. No men. Like, I'm looking at Jackson. I'd like to know, is there any woman in the audience that thinks they can tackle that guy? Because I'd like to meet you. I'd like to shake your hand. I don't know. Jackson, you think you could play against women okay? Do you think you'd have any problem? I don't think so. But don't get involved, Jackson. Don't get involved, Jackson. Don't answer that question. No, I'm looking at the legs. He's this beautiful guy. He's got legs like tree trunks. This is not a good thing for women. This would not be good. No, it's no good. And we don't want open borders where prisoners pour in from other countries all over the world. They pour in. We don't want open borders. We don't want sanctuary cities where you have sanctuary for criminals. We don't want it. We don't want transgender mutilization of your children, if that's okay. We don't want it. But, you know, I looked at I read a story yesterday where the pharmacies, they're going out of business. They have glass all over the place. You want toothpaste. You have to open up, you have to get a clerk to open up the thing, and they open, and they hand them a toothpaste, and in the meantime, other people are waiting to steal it. They got a guy, they were saying a guy right here, Mr. Lutnick said, Mr. Lutnick, he's a rich guy, but he was in a store, and he noticed when he was in a drugstore, the people were with duffel bags. They're putting crap in a duffel bag and walking. And the clerk says, you're not supposed to be doing that. And the kid said, the hell with you, walks out. And if the clerk does anything at all, they arrest the clerk. How screwed up is our country? How the hell do you make your money if you got to open up glass, expensive glass, to give somebody a toothbrush? Or to give somebody some toothpaste? That does not sound like a good business model. So you have empty stores. The whole thing, we got to change it. Now, the way you stop that, You know how you stop that? You come down hard on those people. Hard. In one day, you'd solve that problem all over the country. You just come down so hard that they never forget it and they'll never do it again. They'll never do it again. It's horrible. What's happening is horrible. And it's all in the blue cities, you know, it's all blue. The 25 worst cities are blue. Blue means Democrat. That's a new name I came up with. You've never heard. I was thinking about this character we have in the House. His name is Hakeem Jeffries. And he's a low IQ person, very low IQ. And I watched what he was saying and what the horrible things he was saying, and I said, he's a dumb guy. I said, wait a minute, he's a Democrat. That's how I got the name. You take the E out, you don't use the B. A lot of people don't know dumb has a B in it, actually. You don't need it. You discard the B. But you take the E out and you replace it with a U. They're dumb. They are Democrats. You know why? Because their policies are dumb. Their policies are very dumb. All of that policies. Did you see they did an autopsy on why they lost the election? And they said, you lost the election because of Trump, primarily. But other than Trump, you lost the election because you had crappy candidates and you had bad policy and they didn't know how to speak properly and they weren't smart people and various other reasons. They spent $10 million for the autopsy. It was called an autopsy. And they had typos. Jackson, they had typos in every other sentence. They had misspelled words. They had commas in the wrong location. They gave them $10 million for the autopsy. I could have given them the autopsy without any charge at all. I said, you had one candidate named Sleepy Joe Biden. What's a better name? Sleepy Joe Biden or Crooked Joe Biden? Ready? Who likes Sleepy Joe Biden? Who likes Crooked Joe Biden? About pretty similar. They're both pretty good. Who likes Crooked Hillary? Oh, she's good. Anyway. But you know, we have another problem because we have the great law enforcement. I met a lot of your law enforcement back there. They're incredible. But law enforcement, I love them. I got 99% of law enforcement vote. Can you believe it? And we're trying to figure out who were the 1%. We want to figure out who the hell were the 1%. Who would vote for Kamala? Who would vote for Sleepy Joe? But even the police are leaving. They're going to Florida, Tennessee, Texas. They're going all over the place where they put them, really, where they give them respect. The respect, they have our respect. They have everybody in this room's respect. But it's this radical turnaround, and we better do it fast because we're not going to have a New York left, and we got to have New York left. And you really can. Guys like Mike Lawler, guys like Bruce Blakeman, you put them in, they'll turn it around. Bruce will go down to Florida, and he'll talk to all those companies that are leaving. You'll get them to come back. He's going to get them back. It's not easy. It's a lot easier to stop them from leaving, don't you think, Bruce? So, but it's a campaign that I promised that I would cut taxes. I had a big, beautiful campaign. We won in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the Electoral College in a fortune, but we had another thing that we won. 86% of the counties in America. Think of it. That's why the map is all red except for 2 blue stripes. And those were rigged, by the way. They were rigged. They were rigged. We had rigged elections. But I cut your taxes and cut the taxes on workers, families, small business who are the soul of this state. And I made special promises that I would save you thousands of dollars a year by restoring, and we did that, your state and local tax deductions. And what did we save? Your SALT deduction. We brought it back. Mr. Salt. Mr. Salt. Where's your hat, Mike? He's got a hat calling himself Mr. Salt. There it is. Beautiful. I think I'll take one of them. But he didn't stop. This guy was a pain in the ass. It was terrible. He didn't stop. But he said, you're lucky to have him in this community, that I can tell you. And you had some good help from Republicans, right? Good help from Republicans. But with the help of your great congressman, it's what happened. We got your taxes cut, not only from the standpoint of SALT, but your taxes were cut, your take-home pay is soared, and all of the other things that we did. When you look at what we've done, and my motto was promises made, promises kept. And here in Rockland County, the typical owner, you know, your typical homeowner loses over $15,000 each year alone because of your state taxes. They're going to cut your state taxes in half, and more than half. They will do things that you won't believe. And you know, the bottom line is the state itself will make more money than it made before. I did it. I cut tremendous amounts of taxes in my first term. We had the greatest, most successful economy in history. And by the way, we're blowing it away in this term. So today, an amazing thing happened. They said it couldn't happen for 4 years. An amazing thing. The Dow Jones hit 50,702. And the S&P is way over 7,000. So these were two things that they said he won't be able to do. When I first got elected, they said he won't be able to do that. There's no way he's going to be able to do that in his first term, which is my first term of numerous terms. By the way, you know we're a 3-term president. We just don't want the results. We won 3 times, but we only want the results of the first and the third. I know. We have a hat. The hat says 4 more years. It drives the radical left lunatics crazy. But we did all of the different things, and we've saved you from $10,000 to $40,000 a year, the people in Rockland. On average, over 1 million New Yorkers claimed the deduction this year. You're able to write off nearly $22,000 on average, putting thousands of dollars back in your pockets. And these are all Republican tax cuts. The Democrats voted against every one of these tax cuts, every one. They voted, as an example, in favor of open borders. They voted against the border. They voted against the wall. They voted against the sanity of when we talk about men playing in women's sports. I'll tell you how ridiculous it is. That's why I love having Jackson, because it's so easy. I just say, how would you like to play against him? But we have even better, Jackson. We have a weightlifter. He was a failed male weightlifter, and then he decided to transition to the other side. And they had a major, major contest, an Olympic tryout, and they had a young woman who was really good. She was one of the greatest ever. And she could lift 204 pounds over her head. And the record stood for 17 years, Jackson, 17 years. And she was going to break the record. It was a big record, but she was going to break it. And they took 1/8 of an ounce, and they put it on one side. And they took 1/8 of an ounce, and they put it on the other side. And her parents were right where you are, you beautiful parents, right? Are you parents? Yes. Even if you weren't, I'd say you are. Not her. Good job you did. Good job, Mom. And they had this beautiful young weightlifter, female, real female. This was a real female. So she had 1/8 of an ounce, 1/8 of an ounce. She had like 208 pounds. And she was going to do it, and her parents were so proud. Her father knew she couldn't do it, but the mother thought she would. That's typical mother. The father was sort of not so sure. He loved his daughter, but he wasn't sure. And she bent over, and she lifted that sucker, and she pulled it up, and she was getting close. And she could barely, and the mother was screaming, come on, darling, you can do it. 17 years it stood. Come on, darling, you can do it. And she got it up to here, Jackson. She was almost, come on, darling. The mother and the father was almost bored because he knows she's not going to do it. And the mother's screaming, come on, darling, I love you so much. Mom, I love you. I love you. And she couldn't do it. Boom, it dropped. And then in steps this young transitioned person. You know, I've gotten very good with the words. It took me a long time. I used to get criticized. He was a transitioned person, and he stepped up. Now, he was a failed, lowest of the low for the male weightlifters, and he stood over that weight. He looked at it. He could have done it 4 or 5 times. You know, he broke the record by over 100 pounds. Isn't this ridiculous? Isn't this ridiculous? Do you want to hear the swimming story or not? You know, my wife, the great First Lady, number one movie. You believe it? I don't like that. I don't like success for people in the family. No, you can only have, remember, there's 1 star in a family. It doesn't work with 2. No, she did a movie, number 1 movie. You saw that? Then it went streaming, the new thing streaming. It was number 1 streaming. But she says, darling, please, you speak so beautifully. Would you do me a favor? Don't do the swimming story. Don't do the weightlifting story. It's so damn unpresidential. And also, darling, when you're leaving and they have that song, the gay national anthem, if you remember. That's why I did so well with the gay vote, I think, because of that song. I did great with the gay vote, better than any Republican's ever done by far. But my wife, the First Lady, very elegant woman. That's why people love the women went to see that movie 15 times. Okay, ready? She said, darling, don't dance, okay? It's not presidential. Don't do the weightlifting thing. It doesn't look good. Don't do the swimming thing. So I'll do the swimming thing, too. All right, I'll do this one. Now, a young Olympian, very beautiful Olympian swimmer. And, you know, it's sort of like the pyramid. All the great people, they swim against each other from the time they're 5 years old. You know, it just works that way. They're better, whether it's golfers or players, baseball, football players. You were great when you were 4 years old. You could throw a ball better than anybody else. But the truth is, it always works that way. And this young woman looking for the Olympics, and she knows all the girls on the right and all the girls on the left, and she stands and she's so proud. She wants to qualify, and she's really a champion swimmer. And she looks to the left. You've heard this story. And she sees 6 girls, and she knows every one of them. She looks over there. Yeah, oh, great. That's good. Hi, how you doing? She hates them because, you know, they're competitors, but she says hi. Then she looks to the right. She sees 6 people, and she knows 5 of them, but there's a person just on her right who's gigantic. It's a gigantic person. And she's looking up at him, at her, excuse me. That could be the end of my political career. That could be. You cannot do that. You cannot say, looking up at him, because, so she's looking up at her. Oh my, she's so big. I've never seen anybody. And he has a wingspan sort of the size of Shaquille O'Neal. Go home to mom. Go home to mom. Go home to mom. Take him home to mommy. He's going to be in trouble. You know what he doesn't say is his mom's watching on television right now and she's loving it. Anyway, so you have this person, and you know what happened. The story is very, very famous, actually, that she was very severely injured. You know what injured her? Windburn, because he went by her so fast that she got tremendous windburn in the pool, and then he finished up the race, and he rested while the other girls came in. And it was a very sad event, a very sad occasion. But to think that we actually, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, could you imagine saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports? Could you imagine saying that transition, can you imagine saying, we will not allow the mutilization of your children? If you said that, they'd say, what's wrong with that person? Why are they talking that way? Today you have to say it, because they do allow in certain places, still, we've cut a lot of it out, most of it, They allowed the mutilization of your children, and we don't allow that stuff, and we're going to get it the hell out of here. Whatever happened to that guy? It's so quick. I don't know. I tell people, please don't do it. It's dangerous. To do it in this crowd is not a good thing. You don't want to do it in Trump crowds. I've had very little. Do you remember originally, I used to have a lot of that. You know, the first couple of months, I'd have people screaming, and they learned it's just not a good thing to do. It's not good. It's sort of dangerous. And of course, I like things that aren't dangerous. I don't like to see people get whacked. I don't like it. So don't do it. But we used to have it all the time. My first month or two, oh boy, guys would start screaming, "We hate you." And then all of a sudden it got less, and now it never happens. That's the first time it's happened in a long time. That's the first time it's happened in a long time. If the Democrats gain power, they'll take these deductions and tax cuts away. They'll raise your taxes, and I'll tell you what, all my life, I went through life watching politics. I love politics, always watched. I never thought I'd be a politician. Could you believe it? I'm a politician. I hate the sound of it. But remember that, although I had a good night the other night, right? We knocked out a bad senator from Louisiana. We knocked out Massey, one of the worst Republican congressmen ever. We knocked out somebody in Georgia, Rathensperger. We knocked him out. We knocked out everybody. We were 38-0. Think of that, 38-0. Who's 38-0? We haven't lost one in years. You want to know the truth? Let me tell you, we have Make America Great Again, MAGA. We have a movement the likes of which this country has never seen. And you know, it's a movement based on common sense. It's not that it's conservative maybe, but it's a movement based on common sense. We want strong borders, we want good education, we want low taxes, we want a strong military. How good is our military, right? Now, we're doing very well, by the way. Well, first of all, Venezuela was unbelievable, right? Now, Iran, their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. And if you read the fake news, you'd think they're doing just fine. They're not doing just fine. They want to settle so badly. We have the greatest military. I just got back from China, President Xi. Good man, good man. And I'll get killed for saying that. They'll say, oh, he called President Xi a good man. Well, we had an amazing time, but even he had to say, your military is unbelievable. This is the head of China. I built the greatest military my first 4 years, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we're using it. And there's nobody like our equipment. There's nobody like the stuff we produce, but most importantly, there's nobody like our military men and women. There's nobody. But all my life I've watched politicians, and until this last 8 or 9 years, they have Trump derangement syndrome. They're all screwed up. Their wires are all mixed up, the Democrats. And they always used to say that we will lower your everybody, Republican, Democrat, we will lower your taxes. We're going to lower your taxes. Now they don't do that. They say we will raise your taxes. The Democrats, they want to raise your taxes. Never forget, not a single Democrat in Congress voted to raise the SALT deduction. Mike Lawler and all of his friends sitting up here fought them, and they voted against it. And by voting against the great, big, beautiful bill, one of the greatest pieces of legislation, probably the biggest ever passed, because we put everything in 4 years. That was my idea. I said, let's add everything, because these people are crazy. We might not get another chance at it. We added everything into that. That's 4 years worth of legislation. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for the seniors. The Democrats voted for open borders. They voted for open borders. And if they get in, you're going to have open borders again. You're going to have millions of people coming in. They voted for men in women's sports. They voted against the largest ever investment in school choice. Everybody wants school choice. And they voted against making interest payments on your auto loans tax deductible. That's what you have if it's made in America. So, we have another little disturbance back there. Hello. Hello, everybody. That's okay. It's already cleared up. What are you doing back there to these people? Boy, does that get cleared up fast. The guy raises his hand, starts screaming something, and within about 2 seconds, it's over. I don't know. What happened to him? Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. I do that for legal reasons. This way I can say. That's a great thing to say. Do not hurt him under any circumstances. And now I can say I'm innocent. They voted against the Trump accounts, which provide automatic contributions of $1,000 for every newborn child. So they end up being quite wealthy. And our record tax cuts are projected to raise incomes for New Yorkers by over $8,000, Mike, on average. We're going to boost household take-home pay for you, the people in the room, over $12,000 and protect more than 405,000 New York jobs. And we got to protect the jobs. We can't let that happen. I just say it again and again and again. You can't let these companies go. It's easy to say, oh, we don't like the companies. They're the ones that supply you with the money and the jobs and everything else. You got to cherish those companies here. Whether you like them or not, you got to. Last month, the IRS issued the largest average tax refunds to New Yorkers in New York history. Think of it. You got back the biggest refund that you've ever had. And that's all over the country, by the way. But I was with the King of Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, and he's investing over $2 trillion here. We have $18 trillion coming in. But he said, and you might have heard it just a short time ago, he said, Mr. President, it's amazing. 2 years ago, you were a dead country, dead. We never thought anything was going to happen that could be good for your country. You were a dead country with a leader that was a not smart person, I'm going to say. You were a dead country, and today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true, we're the hottest country. Respected by everybody. We're respected by everybody. The stock market has just set 68 times during my short, a little bit more than a year. 68 days we hit all-time record highs, and since the election, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings and retirement accounts, 401ks. Your 401ks, does anybody have a 401k? Well, your people are going to vote for me then. There's no way. Will anybody with a 401k vote against Trump? Thank you. It's always risky to ask that question. Sometimes it's yes, you're right. It could be a very dangerous way. But since I took office, the typical 401k is up more than $30,000. And I've created 300,000 jobs in the last 2 months, smashing all expectations. Remember this, right now, more people are working in the United States than at any time ever before, by far, by a big number. And in 16 months, we've lifted nearly 5 million Americans off of food stamps. 5 million. And thanks to my strong tariff policy, now I get into a lot of trouble with tariffs because you remember when I first came out, I love tariffs. And I said, I love tariffs. It's my favorite word in the whole dictionary. I love the word tariff. And the fake news, look at all of them back there. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news. They're all over the place. They're all over the I got more fake news. You know, they hate me, but boy, do they cover me. But I said my favorite word in the dictionary is tariff. And they got after me. They said, he's a horrible human being. What about family? What about God? What about religion? What about love? So now I say it's my fifth favorite word, and I get away. And I'm okay. But because of tariffs, we brought numbers into this country that know. In other words, if you make your product outside of the United States, to get it in here, you have to pay a big tariff. So what do? They build their factory in the United States. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And even New York, with your bad policies, we have people coming here. I'm trying to get them to come to New York. We've also cut our gaping trade deficit by, okay, if you cut a trade deficit by 1%, 0.5%, you're a genius. I've cut it by 59%. 1 year. It's because of tariffs, because of money we're being made. Is that right, Mr. Lutnick? Secretary of Commerce is here. Looks good, looks handsome, reasonably. He doesn't look like Jackson. I'd rather look like Jackson. I'll take Jackson any day. Under our leadership, factory construction is up, new residential construction is way up, and consumer spending is way up. American companies are ordering core capital goods to expand their operations at the highest rate in the history of our country. And last year, General Motors announced a new manufacturing investment of $1 billion in upstate New York to produce V8 engines, which they never would have done here. They were all made in Germany and other countries. Now they're making them here because if they don't, they have to pay a big penalty. And they're stamping them at my instruction, made in the USA. Made in the USA. We're bringing it back. Joe Bonney is building a $1.2 billion dairy plant in Rome, New York, the largest investment in the history of the company, big company. And Micron, boy, Micron's great. They're investing hundreds of millions. In fact, it'll be could be very close by the time they finish out, over $100 billion in Clay, New York.